purest embodiment of love in its most exceptional form. So when we think of the magnitude of the love expressed to Srila Prabhupada today and every day from devotees within ISKCON and, people from all corners of the world and walks of life that we may not even realize. Because when we think about the legacy that Srila Prabhupada has left us, we see that it's only natural that this level of outpouring of love and gratitude is expressed to him. So this temple, even small, especially we felt that in the last couple of days, is actually a representation of the house, the bigger house that Srila Prabhupada has built, in which the whole world can live. And with Srila Prabhupada's very inclusive approach, everyone was invited to live in this house and take shelter. And of course the invitation is still open, so anyone can actually enter into the world of Srila Prabhupada and the incredible gifts that he has brought with him. So Srila Prabhupada built this house, and it's our joyful duty to maintain it and to populate it, and of course to have house parties like we did yesterday with the Janmashtami festival, which I'm sure you'll all agree was actually a spectacular expression of the devotion of the devotees of this community to their lordships, Shri Radha Gopinath. So no doubt each one of us here has been uniquely touched by Srila Prabhupada in a very customized way. And that may be through direct association, the direct disciples, could be through his instruction, by his lectures, his books, his conversations. But also, we hear about stories, random stories of people who actually have seen Srila Prabhupada in their dreams, who actually, and giving them personal encouragement. So we can see that, Srila Prabhupada is limitless in the way he can deliver his mercy. And Srila Prabhupada, he spoke at, I think it was 1975, he spoke at a Vyasa puja celebration for His Holiness Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. And he was trying to impress upon his disciples that, if you ever think you're so advanced that you can access Krishna by yourself, or that you know Krishna, then you're a bogus. That was his words. So he was impressing, the importance of and the gravity of the Guru Parampara through the honouring of the spiritual master in the Vyasa Puja celebrations. So, as much as today is about honouring Srila Prabhupada and as our Guru, either Diksha or Shiksha, it is also equally an expression, a celebration of our own good fortune, and also the good fortune of multiple generations to come. We may have heard that aphorism, the pen is mightier than the sword. And, just like the sword can conquer the body, Srila Prabhupada with his pen or his typewriter, as it so happens, actually conquered the consciousness of so many individuals on this planet and continues to conquer them with his words. And, with the sword, battles are lost, battles are won, empires rise, empires fall. But Srila Prabhupada's bequest remains through the timeless words of his penetrating truths. So just like the pastimes of their lordships are ever fresh, we never tire of hearing the pastimes of Srila Prabhupada and the instructions, because everything that Srila Prabhupada left us is imbibed with his incredible potency and is heavily laden with instructions, nectar, and also respite from this glaring material energy that we find ourselves in. So Srila Prabhupada's mercy, in conclusion, is limitless, as no doubt we'll hear today from our offerings. Now, I just wanted to mention that we are so fortunate in Sydney because in our midst, this very day, we have, as according to my calculations, I stand corrected if anyone has anything to add, but according to my calculations, there are 11 Srila Prabhupada disciples who are Sydney-based. So we are actually, in the midst of a direct consequence of Srila Prabhupada's legacy. And, we'd like to acknowledge the direct disciples of Srila Prabhupada and their presence in our community as living representations of Prabhupada's mood and mission, and as examples of Srila Prabhupada's benefaction to us all. So I'm going to list their names. Now, not all of them are here today, but some of them are, and some of them will be speaking. So I just thought it'd be nice if we don't all know who they are and what their names are, just to be aware of that. So we have Pratapana Prabhu, and we have Chittahari. I'm not going to extol their glories because we just, within the limits of time, but we have Chittahari Prabhu. We have Dvaipayana Prabhu. We have Purana Prabhu. I'm not sure if Purana Prabhu is here, but yeah. And Bhagavata Shraya Prabhu. So, I'm not sure. Atmaram Prabhu. Bhavananda Prabhu. Prashanta Mataji. Govinda Mohini Mataji. Chamari Mataji. And Sarvamangala Mataji. Yeah. So today, again, we have the incredible good fortune of hearing from the mouths of Srila Prabhupada's direct disciples as they express their Vyasa Puja offerings today. So I'd like to invite our first speaker today, and that would be Pratapana Prabhu. So if you'd like to come forward.
Actually, I'm just a new kid on the block. The old ones are here. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. It's a bit boomy. Haribo, still boomy. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So is that everybody can hear okay, or is it still? What do you think? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hello. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Is that getting better? Hare Krishna. You got to keep the mouth right on the mic. Hare Krishna. Right? Hare Krishna. Okay. Each of us all here today, we all have our own story of how Prabhupada has come into our lives and transformed us. We're all lost souls. I speak for myself principally. But Prabhupada has come and he's actually saved us. When I think of what I would have been or what I would have become, it's kind of horrifying, knowing my past, which I'm not going to go into now. But Prabhupada has saved me personally, and has saved everyone in this room. If you reflect on your life before Prabhupada and your life after Prabhupada. Prabhupada has come into your life, changed it, transformed you, and he saved you. He's given you Krishna. He's given you love of God. And so we will always be indebted to Prabhupada for what he has done. And all he asks of us is just to dedicate our life to fulfilling his mission, which is to save the planet, to save the world. As I look around, I just see Prabhupada everywhere. Every face is Prabhupada's face. Isn't it? Everything is Prabhupada. The walls, everything we see, everything we touch within our movement, it's Srila Prabhupada. It's his mercy. Inconceivably one, but different. So it's hard to get away from Prabhupada, because wherever you look, he's there. And not only within our movement, actually Prabhupada is everywhere, because he's touching everybody on the planet. Somehow or another, everybody is coming in contact with Prabhupada through his books in so many different ways. Over 500 million books have been published and distributed. But devotees all over the world going out daily to touch the lives of others. So Prabhupada is actually everywhere. So you can't get away from him. He's all pervasive. Wherever you look, you will see Prabhupada. It's just a question of vision. So I'd just like to now take you all on a journey. I've all bought tickets for you to come back to 1965 and travel on the Jaladuta. Okay? So if you can all just imagine that you are on the Jaladuta with Prabhupada. 1965. And we sailed into the port of Boston. We're in Boston Harbor. And Prabhupada is preparing to leave the ship to go to America to begin this Hare Krishna movement. So he's reflecting. Prabhupada said that I was thinking that why am I here? What is the purpose? Because these people, they will never be able to accept this movement. I will propose something that is impossible. Anyhow, let me try. So Prabhupada tried. And here we are. And Prabhupada said, Krishna, I am like a puppet in your hands. So if you have brought me here to dance, then make me dance as you desire. And then Prabhupada left the ship. And what was he carrying? He had some old pots and pans for cooking his prasadam, a few pieces of clothing, 40 rupees, and in today's terminology that's like 80 cents, but back then it was worth a lot more, $7. And I had a trunk of books, the Srimad Bhagavatam, first 3 volumes. And Prabhupada came to America with virtually nothing, physically nothing. But in his heart he had the instruction of his spiritual master, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, to take Krishna consciousness and preach it all over the world. To preach in English. And in his heart he also had Lord Krishna resplendent, shining. And so what was impossible became possible. It's an unbelievable story, isn't it? Has everybody seen the Hare Krishna film? We're screening again at 2:30 today over at Govinda, so if you haven't seen it at least 20 times, then please come over. It's free. We did that for the devotees, because devotees like free things. So we all have, as direct disciples, we all have different pastimes that we had with Prabhupada. So I'm just going to tell one story, because we have the Vani and we have the Vapu. When I joined the movement, everybody was talking about the Vani, and I believed them, unfortunately. And then I kind of got changed up on the Vapu somewhat in the first 2 years of my devotional life, because I was too busy doing the Vani out there distributing books, etc. So anyhow, Krishna saved me. So it came to a point where Prabhupada was trying to establish different temples and projects in India. But he didn't have any money, or he had very little money. The temples were broke, pretty much. Okay? When I joined the movement, I had to go out every day just to get the vegetables so he can cook prasadam for us. There was no money. Not like today, where there's so much opulence. The temple in 1974 didn't even have a car until I arrived. It only lasted about a week. So, anyhow, Krishna saved me, because Prabhupada needed Lakshmi to do all these projects in India. And at that time, a sannyasi called Guru Kripa came to town, and he stole a lot of the local Sankirtan party, the book distributors, and took us all off to Japan. And we were actually, our mission was to raise the funds for Prabhupada to build all these temples and all these projects in India. And so we really worked out. We would work 10 months of the year without a break. We did have a half a day for Janmashtami, 12 o'clock, and then out. But we had to make it up because we couldn't come back until 2 o'clock in the evening. And so we worked every day, 12 hours plus every day, to raise funds for these projects. But we were so inspired because Prabhupada, in a way, was our Sankirtan leader. So if Prabhupada's your Sankirtan leader, you get fired up. So we were pretty inspired. And so we worked 10 months of the year tirelessly, ecstatically and blissfully, collecting all this Lakshmi. And the big prize was that 2 months a year we could travel with Prabhupada. That was like the big prize. And so for 2 months we would go to wherever Prabhupada was in India, and we would hang around and be around. And so this, when I reflect upon Prabhupada and myself, selfishly, I usually don't really like to talk so much about me and Prabhupada, because it's like blowing your own trumpet or beating your own drum and like that. But anyhow, when we were in Mayapur, Prabhupada in 77 was he was sick, and he was getting more and more fragile. And so we, or members of our party, were deputed to be the bodyguards. Now, I don't look very tough, but actually under this spirit of these rippling muscles. And so there was about 8 of us who were deputed to be the bodyguards to Prabhupada. And so back in those days, in the Mayapur Lotus building, there was the temple, and then Prabhupada had his quarters on the 3rd floor above that. And then he would go around at the end of the program. He would do a circumambulation of the temple, and then all the devotees would follow him around, and we were deputed to make sure that, because of Prabhupada's frail condition, that the devotees and the guests didn't get too close, so we were kind of pretty heavy dudes at that time. And so we were quite physical in the way that we stopped people coming in, so we were protecting Prabhupada against all these different persons, especially the guests, and especially the Indian guests. We were really, we had a thing there. It was like pushing them away, get away. And so anyhow, Prabhupada said, he chastised us and said, especially with your Indian guests, please do not be rough. Please be gentle with them. And so after that, we had to take the instruction to heart. So after that, I've been very gentle when I ever see an Indian person. And so at the end of the circumambulation, there was 4 of us that were deputed as palanquin carriers. Fortunately, when I was at the University of Melbourne doing my law degree, I did a course in carrying palanquins. So I was very qualified. And so it was a fairly basic palanquin. It was just like 2 sticks, pretty rough ones at that, and then a chair on top. It was not a flash unit. It was a very basic unit. And so 4 of us were deputed each day to take Prabhupada from the ground floor up to his apartment on the 3rd floor. And that's like 3, it was pretty freaky. Can you imagine? You've got Prabhupada and you've never had any training in it, and you've got all this, and we're just trying to keep the palanquin steady so Prabhupada doesn't fall off. So it was very anxious moments. Very blissful, but very anxious. But actually we succeeded. Prabhupada never fell off the palanquin the whole time that we were. So one day, when we got Prabhupada to the top floor, and then his apartment was maybe 20, 30 meters beyond that. And then everyone just dispersed. And I looked around and there was nobody except me and Prabhupada. Oh, what do you do now? Can you imagine? What do you do now? And so Prabhupada beckoned to his apartment, and so I walked over with Prabhupada to the apartment, and then he handed me his keys to open the door, which was locked. Now the key ring that he had was one of those old-fashioned big key rings that looked like a jailer's key ring that had about 20 keys on it. And I'm looking at the key ring, looking around, is there anybody for help here? Prabhupada's kind of looking at me, and I'm going, oh Krishna, please save me. Which key is it? And so Krishna saved me. He gave me the right key. So I took the key and I opened the door, and the door opened. Can you imagine? I was just like, oh. A big smile, look at Prabhupada, and I was like, oh, look at I've done, I've opened the door. And so we walk into the apartment. I'd only been with Prabhupada, I think, on 2 occasions where I was just with Prabhupada alone and no one else. And so we walked into the apartment. And I closed the door behind me, and I didn't need a key to lock it. And so Prabhupada started walking around. He had, in his apartment, there was 2 rooms. And Prabhupada was gliding around the rooms very divinely. If you ever saw Prabhupada walking, it was something exceptional. It was just, he just glided around. And so divine, and just such a wonderful sight. So I'm just standing there, looking at Prabhupada gliding around the apartment, chanting on japa. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. He wasn't chanting loud, just Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. And then after, I don't know how long, a couple of days, a couple of minutes, I can't remember, I thought, what am I going to do now? Maybe I should do something or say something. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna. And then I said, Srila Prabhupada, is there anything I can do for you? And I was waiting for some, yes, take Krishna consciousness to the world. Save all the fallen conditioned souls. And then Prabhupada looked at me and he said, "No thanks." You might think that was anticlimactic, but I'm glad he never told me to do anything, because that way I could do what I want to do. In fact, the first time I actually met Prabhupada was when Madhavisa, GBC at the time, Madhavisa Swami, took us to Mayapur, and we all sat in a room and Prabhupada was there, and all the Australian devotees were there. We used to take hundreds every year to Mayapur back in those days. And we're all crowded into the room, and then Madhavisa gets up, and it was like his new prize. He said, "Prabhupada, we have Bhakta Peter here." That was my name back then, before my 10 name changes for other reasons which we won't go into here. He said, "Bhakta Peter is a lawyer, Srila Prabhupada." And I thought, oh, of course, when Prabhupada was in the room, your mind was completely blank. You just couldn't think of anything. I don't know how devotees asked him questions, because whenever I was in a room, it was just like, would you ever kind of think? It was Prabhupada was in the room, and then when he looked at you, have this, Prabhupada looks through your eyes, and it's like, whoa, you're transported to a spiritual dimension where you have nothing happening up here at all. And I go, ooh, Prabhupada is looking at me. And in retrospect, I was thinking, what's he going to tell me? Now that I'm a lawyer, there's so many problems in the movement, why don't, please help us on like this. And Prabhupada just looked at me, and right through me. And I think he could read my mind that I don't want to be a lawyer. That's why I joined the movement. The last thing I wanted to do was to be a lawyer. So it was like terrifying for me if Prabhupada was going to say, be a lawyer and help us out on that platform. It was like, Prabhupada looked through and he could read my mind. I know he could read my mind. I couldn't read my mind at the moment because it was blank. So I'm sure Prabhupada could. And he could see that I didn't want to be a lawyer. So he just looked at me and he gave me another instruction, which was just to look. They were really amazing instructions that I had, and I've lived with them all my life, because that meant that he never gave me any instructions. I'm a free agent. Prabhupada saved me. So, all glories to Srila Prabhupada, the Savior of the world. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Pratapana Prabhu. These jewels are always amazing. Personal experiences with Srila Prabhupada. I was just thinking, many of us might be familiar with that sensation you were talking about, the combination of bliss and anxiety that one feels in the service of their spiritual master. And also there was that symbolism I felt when you were opening the key to the door. So like the key of Srila Prabhupada's mercy and opening the door of Krishna consciousness. But thank you so much. So I'm just going to ask you, Prabhu, now to come forward and
Nama Om Vishnu Vedaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Prachani Nirvase Sasuravi Paskata Vizitani. So feel very honored to be allowed to speak about Srila Prabhupada here today. Pratapana really made that very personal, and it's really beautiful to hear about how different people were all impacted differently by Srila Prabhupada. He really knew each one of us individually, even before he'd ever spoken to us or anything. He just knew us as a spirit soul, and you don't get that from anybody else. In your entire life, you never meet anybody who sees you purely as a spirit soul. That's a special thing with Prabhupada. That's why we remember every single little moment of our association with him. So, well, Patappan was speaking about how Prabhupada never gave him an instruction, but he really did by omission. He gave his instructions that way too. But in fact, Prabhupada gave me an instruction once by asking me a question. And that also has carried me through my whole life, that question. It was, we're in Melbourne, it was 1974, and it was the year of Rath Yatra, the year that Prabhupada came out to Australia and he went on the Rath Yatra. So on the morning of the Rath Yatra, Prabhupada still went on his morning walk. Everybody else was rushing around getting ready for the Rath Yatra, but Prabhupada still went on his morning walk to the Botanical Gardens in Melbourne. And so we drove down to the gardens. I was in the back seat of the car with Prabhupada. Somehow or other I was just copped that spot. It was unbelievable, right? I'd never had that before. So I was sitting there in the car and Ugrasrava was driving and I think Satsarup was there, or one of those swamis. I can't remember which one, but anyway, and Prabhupada was looking out the window at the people going to work. And I was, no, it couldn't have been, yeah, it was Saturday morning or something, yeah. So there were people streaming along there in their suits and they were all marching off to work. And I was looking out, Prabhupada was looking out. And I was thinking, wow, those poor souls, they're going marching off to work, to suffer, to serving Maya, and here I am with my spiritual master. It's just so fabulous. I was just feeling so happy that I could be there like that. And then Prabhupada turned around and he looked at me right in the face and he had tears streaming down his eyes. And he said to me, how can they be saved? That was his one question, you know. And because he knew he'd saved all of us. He knew he had all the young people, he had the hippies, he had all the people who didn't have jobs, he had them. He didn't have the people who had the jobs. And he wanted to get them too, right? He wanted the people who went to university, he had a big desire to get people to go who went to university. That's why we did so many programs all over the world at all the universities. And you know, he took on great challenges in that area, but he never was able to crack the working classes. And so my whole life I've been thinking, how do you get to these people, the working classes? But here we are, 74, it's about 45 years later, and the working classes are now chanting Hare Krishna. So that's what I see. All the people now who come and join, they don't have not had jobs. They're educated. They've got jobs. They keep their jobs, and they still go on Harinam. So it's the same process. That's what I've learned. There's no other process but what Prabhupada's already taught us. It's chant Hare Krishna, take prasad, and hear the philosophy. It's not very difficult. It's a very simple process. And again and again and again, that's what Prabhupada always taught us. Just chant Hare Krishna. How many times we all heard him, he'd just walk in after something, he'd just say, chant Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Everybody would chant Hare Krishna. So his whole life was telling us to chant Hare Krishna and get other people to chant Hare Krishna. Feed them prasad. In Australia, he didn't really push very much the teaching of the philosophy. In fact, on a couple of occasions, he said, they're not very intelligent, just chant Hare Krishna and get them to eat prasadam. They're not very interested in philosophy. But we have found out that the Australians really do like stories, you know, as well. So you can tell them a story, they'll listen to that. But they're not really philosophical. They're not like Americans or anything, you know. And, yeah, so the other day, my brother showed me a video. I'd never seen of Prabhupada in Melbourne. I don't know if you've seen this. It's where Prabhupada met with all those lawyers. Have you seen that? Fabulous video in his room, in his room. And he's with all these were top lawyers, much higher than Pratapana ever was. Yeah. These guys are really top because we had a lot of legal problems in those days. So we hired the top lawyers, you know. We had to, because they were trying to throw us off the street. They were trying to stop everything we were doing. So we had to fight it in the courts too. Anyway, when Prabhupada came then in 1974, he had this meeting with all these lawyers, and they really wanted to meet him. So somebody made this movie. It is unbelievable if you haven't seen it. It's so beautifully cut and all clipped in, and the sound's perfect. And Prabhupada's sitting up there on this chaise thing that he had, beautiful chaise, and he just looks so beautiful. He's just in a kurta and he's got it pulled up and he's just sitting up there like, he looks just like a god, you know. And these guys were just drinking the nectar from Prabhupada, right? And they said, well, Your Divine Grace, it seems like, you know, some of your followers didn't exactly follow the law, you know, in stealing all those flowers. So for that Rath Yatra, some devotees had got it into their head that if we liberate some flowers, it's going to really benefit the farmers, you know, for Lord Jagannath. So they went out and they pinched, they went through a whole, what are those, glass houses, greenhouses, in some part of Melbourne there. There's a huge area. Anyway, they went down, they cleaned it all out. And the beautiful carnations, and they put them all over Lord Jagannath's chariot. Anyway, at the same time, just a couple of days before that, where we were making the canopies for the Jagannath chariots in the city, the building next door burst into flames, and it was burning down all the people that were going to be cooked, right? So the devotees ran out with the chariot canopies, and the people jumped down, right? Into it was a big front page, huge front page story. Hare Krishna save, blah, blah, with the chariot thing. So, you know, after they found out the theft of the flowers, the media went mad on that. So all the media came around, and they're all there in front of Prabhupada, and Prabhupada says, they said, what about these flowers? Your people stole all these flowers. And he said, how you can be concerned about a few little flowers? Look, we are saving people. And he's got the front page of the Age there with the big pictures of devotees saving people there. So Prabhupada was the master at diversion. So he did the same thing with these lawyers. They're all sitting in his room and they're saying this business about the flowers. And Prabhupada said, look, first of all, you have to understand all these flowers belong to God. And they said, but the owner, can't he just have some of them? And Prabhupada said, not unless he realizes they're all God's. So he said the Vedic system is that you take a few flowers and you offer them to God, and then everything is offered. And so they just wrote it off like that. And they kept coming back in the discussion to, you know, that it's really legalistically, this is the problem. And Prabhupada say, you just have to accept everything is God's. It all must be offered to him. And he never backed down on any of these things, no matter who it was, whether it was media, whether it was other religions. Prabhupada stuck by the guns. And we were just in ecstasy watching this. Anyway, if you can see it somewhere on Facebook, this thing. Do you know what it's called, Dvabiana? That video? Yeah, anyway, so that's what I wanted to tell that story too. But so here we are all together again for another beautiful Prabhupada's appearance day. And it's just so enlivening for all of us that the movement's still going on and it's spreading, and we're getting more and more people doing kirtan all over the world. It's bigger than it was even when Prabhupada was here. There's so much kirtan going on. So don't ever despair that it's going to be finished or it's not going to, increase. Krishna consciousness is going to increase, Prabhupada said, for 40,000 years, didn't he? He said his books would last for 40,000 years maybe. But anyway, we're right here for a while, and just want everybody to encourage everybody that somehow or other look up a kirtan party in your area and go and join in a kirtan. Do that every week for the rest of your life, and you'll go back to Godhead. That's what Prabhupada taught us. Thank you, Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you so much, Shita Hari Prabhu. Some more gems for us to relish, and just something you said at the very beginning where, you know, Srila Prabhupada had that ability to see right through you as your original identity, your spiritual nature. So a little bit like what Pratapana Prabhu was saying about how, you know, Srila Prabhupada, you could feel him read his mind. So he had that ability to penetrate into the essence of who we really are. So thank you very much. Now, as you can see, we're proceeding in terms of the morning's happenings. Now, we have, I think we have another couple of speakers. So my request is that we just, try and sort of limit speeches to, 5 or 10 minutes if possible. And that way we can include the rest of the program. We're hoping to include a video which is from the Bhakti Vedanta archives, courtesy of Pratapana Prabhu and Jayashree Mataji, just about the legacy of Srila Prabhupada and how it's being preserved and maintained, which is very inspiring. So hopefully we'll get a chance to see that. But for now, I'd like to ask Dvaipayana Prabhu to come and say a few words.
Om Gyan Timarandasya Gyanan Jana Shalakaya Chakshu Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. The Guru comes to us in our darkness and opens our eyes with the torchlight of knowledge. Jai Srila Prabhupada. Very difficult to limit the description of the unlimited transcendental qualities of Srila Prabhupada. I can say that more and more I'm realizing that Srila Prabhupada was a transcendental person. He was not affected by the material qualities. In the material world, we're all affected by our senses are imperfect. We become illusioned. We have a cheating propensity. And we have forgetful memories. What's the last one? We make mistakes. We make mistakes. Prabhupada didn't have any of those qualities. Even sometimes he may have seemed to make a mistake. The implications of it were profound in uplifting somebody. So Srila Prabhupada, I'm gathering more and more that everyone that came before Srila Prabhupada, he took it that Krishna was sending them to him to engage in bhakti yoga, in the transcendental loving service. So whatever propensity they had, Prabhupada would find it out and engage it in the service of Lord Chaitanya's Samkirtan movement. So, in my case, my mother died when I was 16. I was the oldest of 4 children, and my father got me to take turns cooking. So after a few years, I became a hippie and left home. But I was known to be the cook. So when I met the devotees, was a Pendra actually, was the first devotee. He used to be Prabhupada's servant, and he was a very good cook. Matter of fact, Chaitanya and me came along and after meeting him in Melbourne and came along to his Sunday feast. We tasted his cooking. Our ideas of macrobiotics were completely smashed. We became prasadam addicts. So Upendra taught me how to use the spices, and somehow or other I had the ability to cook things and make them taste very nice. My godbrothers can confirm this. And I've got a few prasadam stories. I've told them before, so I won't go into great lengths. When Prabhupada opened the temple in Melbourne, and he asked there to be a feast every night. And Prabhupada would give a lecture in the evening, Bhagavad Gita class, and go to his room, and his servant Trudakirti would come down and get some prasadam to take it up to Prabhupada. Some of the feast that had been cooked. So this one day I cooked this apple crumble preparation, and then Trudakirti came down. I happened to be in the kitchen. He came down and he took a selection of everything and took it up to Prabhupada. And then a few minutes later he came back and said, Prabhupada looked at it and he said, "Where's the apple crumbly stuff?" How did Prabhupada know that Trudakirti had missed out on something? It's a transcendental mystery, but that's my story. And the implication of it is that there was some controversy going around at the time of whether oats were suitable for human food or whether they were only suitable for horses. You know, we used to make porridge, oats porridge in the morning and everything. But Prabhupada really liked the apple crumbly stuff, so that's confirmed that. Another time, might have been the same year, because I was cook, I was always in the kitchen cooking for the deities, and all the devotees went out to the airport in Melbourne to greet Srila Prabhupada. So as a compensation, Madhavisa said, "I want you to make this preparation for Prabhupada. You make it out of rice bubbles and some fried nuts, peanuts and spices. It's like traditionally in India they make it out of puffed rice, but we use rice bubbles." So I made this, and Madhavisa said, "Take it up to Srila Prabhupada." And I took it up into his room, his beautiful blue room in Melbourne, and I was in a beautiful silver bowl, and I came in and put it in front of Srila Prabhupada. And the room was full of various devotees, and first thing Prabhupada did was took out his sacred thread and started chanting his Gayatri. And it was evening time, so all the devotees, Brahmins, said, "Oh, it's time to chant Gayatri." They all got their sacred thread out. We're all sitting there chanting Gayatri, and Prabhupada chanted the Gayatri. And after a very short time, Prabhupada put his thread away, and then he took a little bit of the spiced peanuts and rice and handed it to the nearest Brahmin who was still chanting his Gayatri. What a dilemma. I found it years later that Prabhupada often did that. He would probably just offering the prasadam. But anyway, what are you going to do? Finish chanting Gayatri or accept a gift from the spiritual master? They did the latter. And then I was sitting there, and gradually everybody left, like Pratapana, and I was alone in the room with Prabhupada, you know. You know, like Pratapana said, your mind's blank. You think, what should I do? Should I ask him some intelligent question? Your mind's blank. There's no intelligent questions come to your mind. But I think I just told him my service was cooking and that I think I better go and do some more service, and paid my obeisances and left. But another time I was in Mayapur. Prabhupada was giving darshan in the afternoon, and the room was full of devotees. And one I was there also. One black devotee got up the courage and asked Prabhupada a question. He said, Srila Prabhupada, we're starting up a restaurant in such and such a place. Can you give it your blessing? And Prabhupada said, no. He said, because if I give it the blessing and it fails, you'll think it's my fault. He said, Shruti Kirti, he started up this restaurant here. You go and learn from him, and then you'll know how to do it. And just recently I read another story about another devotee. He wanted to ask Prabhupada a question. The question was about, in the Srimad Bhagavatam, there was many stories coming about the Vedic technology of vimanas, flying machines, and weapons, atomic weapons and stuff. So finally he got up the courage when he had the chance, and he said, Srila Prabhupada, I wanted to ask you about Vedic technology. Prabhupada said, Parampara is a Vedic technology. That's all he said. Parampara is a Vedic technology. Prabhupada has a way of, sometimes with one word or one sentence, making a most profound statement. Now think about, Parampara is a Vedic technology. How is every knowledge passed down since ancient times in India? It's by learning from someone. You learn music, you have to go to the gharana, learn the singing, learn the instruments, learn the tabla. It's all passed down from master to disciple. So, of course, the transcendental knowledge is passed down in the same way, but everything, someone would ask Prabhupada, how many temples have you opened? Or maybe they didn't, I'm not saying they asked Prabhupada, but if you think about the question, how many temples did Prabhupada open? Well, he went to New York. Some devotees were very inspired, and they went to San Francisco and opened a temple. And before Prabhupada left, there was 108 temples open, temples and farms. So how are they open? Because Prabhupada taught us how to cook, how to dress, how to preach, how to chant Hare Krishna, everything. And by that process, devotees were so inspired that they went out all over the world and continued that process, that parampara process. So in my case, I learned to cook from Upendra, who was Prabhupada's servant, and so I was very, very inspired to cook prasadam and enjoy people taking the prasadam. And like Chittahari said, Prabhupada stressed that in Australia, chanting Hare Krishna, taking prasadam is very important. Another thing about prasadam, recently in Los Angeles there was every year there's a Prabhupada festival, and this year it was inviting Prabhupada's cooks. Many, many wonderful stories. But one question was about ghee and oil. And Shruti Kirti remembered that all the ghee used to come to India from Australia. Madhavisa arranged with the BBT to pay for the books by bringing ghee. Remember? I remember the first time I went to India, 1975, we went a whole group of devotees, 20 or 30 devotees. We only had a small bags of stuff. All the extra weight was taken up by cans of ghee. And Prabhupada wanted that to go to the devotees to have good quality ghee. So there are so many wonderful stories, but just one thing I'd like to finish off with. Recently I read a letter on Facebook that Prabhupada had written to one of his disciples, and the disciple was saying, you know, I have so many stumbling blocks. There are so many stumbling blocks in my way of becoming Krishna conscious. And Prabhupada said, you follow my orders. With one kick, I can kick away all those stumbling blocks. You just follow my orders. All glory to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Vipayana Prabhu. And I think the bottom line or take-home message is that, you know, being a cook or a chef in Krishna consciousness is an asset that, you know, will take you all the way. As we know, Krishna consciousness is a kitchen religion, is the kitchen religion. So now we're just moving on. As you can see, we're getting ready for Srila Prabhupada's Abhishek. We actually have another Prabhupada disciple who wants to speak, but she will speak a little later. Tamari Mataji, and also Jayashree Mataji, were you going to speak? Yeah, so and Jayashree Mataji will also speak. And are there any other Prabhupada disciples here that I'm missing that wants to speak? Yeah. So we were actually, I mentioned the video we were going to show, but just because of the limits of time, we won't be doing that today. So we'll proceed now to Abhishek. Hare Krishna.
Jayo Prabhupada, Jayo Prabhupada, Jayo Prabhupada, Jayo Prabhupada. Haribo. Jayo Prabhupada, Jayo Prabhupada, Jayo Prabhupada, Jayo Prabhupada. Jayo Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jayo Jayo Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jayo Jayo Prabhupada, 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 Jayo Jayo Prabhupada. Jayo Jayo Prabhupada, 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 Jayo Jayo Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Hare
Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Hare
Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Bolo bolo Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
bolo bolo. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare
Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Hare
Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare
Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Hare Rama,
Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Ram, Rama Rama,
Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare
Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Jayo Prabhupada, Jayo Prabhupada, Jayo Prabhupada, Jayo Prabhupada.
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada.
Jayo Prabhupada, Jayo Prabhupada, Jayo Prabhupada, Jayo Prabhupada.
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada.
Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol.
Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol.
Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol.
Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol.
Srila Prabhupada ki.
Yeah, that's fine. Hare Krishna, everybody. I have a sense that right now, at this moment, all of us in this room are honestly following Srila Prabhupada's instructions, and no doubt he is pleased with our offerings by showing our dedication to him as our Shiksha or Diksha Guru, and also engaging in the congregational chanting of the holy name. So I think we can all rest assured that at least now, for this moment, we are following Srila Prabhupada's instructions, and hopefully can carry that over into our lives on a day-to-day basis. So we've completed the Abhishek, and the Abhishek will be followed at 12 p.m. by the Bhoga offering. All the devotees of the community have got together and created all sorts of amazing palatable dishes for Srila Prabhupada, which will be offered to him at midday, hopefully around then, maybe a bit later, depending on our schedule. That will be followed by Pushpanjali about half an hour later, and then we'll have Guru Puja. And then, of course, 1 or sometime after 1, we'll be having prasadam, honouring prasadam. But before we move on, we have a few more offerings that will be expressed. And I'd just like to call on... Oh, yeah. Just before we go on, can everyone please just move forward, just to allow the people who've come a little bit later to be able to sit and take part in the ceremony? So please don't delay. Take your seats as we need to proceed to the next part of the celebrations today. So I would like to now invite Chamari Mataji to come and give her offering to Srila Prabhupada. This one is can't be extended. Can unlock it a little bit? That's all. Sorry, it's a bit narrow. But
that's all right. Thank you very much. First, I'd like to acknowledge my brothers, or my God brothers, beautifully spoken memories about Srila Prabhupada. And before I actually read my homage that I've written, I just want to also say one story that, remembering Srila Prabhupada, we didn't, as I don't like to say it, but as women, we didn't get as much personal association with Prabhupada, but our association was through our service. So on this particular occasion, it was 1974 once again, the big Melbourne Rath Yatra, and I think, was that the time, Chitahari, that Prabhupada was staying at Ukashavas? What year was he staying at Ukashavas? 74, yeah. So in that particular year, I was doing a lot of sewing, one for the Rath Yatra, and also I was asked to sew for Prabhupada's lounge room some covers. Now, only a handful of actually had been to India and knew about this. So Manavisa Maharaj explained to me that what he wanted me to do is get some white sheets, sew them together to cover Prabhupada's lounge floor because the carpet was pretty moochy. And to me, this was such an unusual concept, but he showed me some vague pictures. And so right back in 1974, off I went down to Victoria Markets and I brought 4 single white sheets with the intention of just sewing them together in 4 little things and putting them down. And so it all worked out very well, and I sewed an asana for his lounge room and all. So naturally, one tries to do it with great devotion, but also there's an attachment to one's service. And so when Prabhupada had arrived and the day after, Ukashava was always very generous to tell us about what Prabhupada was doing at the house and any little service that we'd done. So I approached Ukashava and I said, Ukashava, how did the sheets work out? Do you know, were they okay? And Ogashava, he's, a very, very tall man. He says, "Oh, yes, Chumri." He said, Prabhupada walked in and said, "Very nice, very nice." And he walked over right to the very middle of where the 4 sheets met. And he looked down. It was like here. And he goes, "These do not match." And I just went, oh. Because I hadn't been able to sew exactly. But Prabhupada noticed those small, small details. So my ego was a little bit, plummeted, to say the least. But it was really humbling, but it was also very sweet. There's many little times I've had, but was saying that it's time to just give my homage that I've put together. So the curtains are closed, so I'll look at the deities if I may. So Srila Prabhupada, on this most auspicious day, I place myself at your lotus feet. I offer my prostrated obeisances with love and appreciation. And it is appreciation. My goodness, how lucky are we? I marvel at what you have achieved. You built a house, which Rasika Manjari was referring to too. You've built a house that all could come to live, sing, dance and worship Radha Krishna. How many lives have you restored? Srila Prabhupada, you instructed us on how to perform Sankirtan, chant personal japa, worship the deities, and how glorious are the deities, so every day, so beautiful. And to publish, distribute and study your books, so important. Srila Prabhupada, in a letter dated 16th of October 1968, you wrote, "I have come here on the order of my spiritual master, and he has kindly sent all you boys and girls to assist me. But all credit goes to my spiritual master because he has arranged everything, and I am simply trying to abide by his order." Close quote. Srila Prabhupada, you wrote this to your immediate disciple. We now have your grand disciples, all of you, who sit here before you today, and you do, I see you here all the time, full of focus, determination and engagement. Your grand disciples are now setting the pace, ready to assist you, gladly retaining the standard of your instruction. You are such a credit to Srila Prabhupada. Harsh, look me in the eye. Truly, all of you, there's so many sections here, Ganesham Prabhu, everyone, that there's a whole council that heads up, and it's just a privilege. What joy to have their association. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, as you have arranged everything. It is now us trying to abide by your order. From my perspective, and it is my perspective, your ISKCON house is in very good hands. I thank you. Your always aspiring disciple and servant, Chumri. Thank you.
Thank you, Chumri, for that very, very sweet offering and the little pastime that you mentioned at the beginning where, Srila Prabhupada, he noticed that detail, that minute detail, and I think that is actually reflective of Srila Prabhupada noticing those details in his disciples and hence being able to individually cater to their needs and understand what they uniquely required to advance in their devotional lives. Now, we also have Jayashree Mataji, so would like to come. So Jayashree Mataji is almost a Srila Prabhupada disciple, and in terms of her dedication to Srila Prabhupada, she practically is. So
I'm very, very fortunate because I actually get all the very intimate association with Srila Prabhupada's disciples, and it's so nice hearing them all speak today. And I just had the realisation that no words can fully describe Srila Prabhupada's glories. And I remember something which Shama Sundar said. He said that Srila Prabhupada is like the Prime Minister of the galaxy. And that kind of starts to come a little bit close. Personally, I never actually got to meet Srila Prabhupada, but I did meet him through his books. When I was 16, I went to the temple and bought a Bhagavad Gita. I tried to read it. I couldn't really make much sense of it. But I had a deep sense of conviction that actually the answers to life lay within its covers. I also asked Pratapana why he thought he became a devotee. And he explained to me how he actually bought a Bhagavatam on the streets of Melbourne. And he took that Bhagavatam home and he read it a number of times, tried to read it, and then he put it on the bookcase in his room where it stayed for quite some time. And his surmise was that actually it was the potency of having the Srimad Bhagavatam sitting there on his bookcase, which actually provided that special mercy where he could take up devotional service. Now there is the person Bhagavat and the book Bhagavat. So this is, I recall something which Charu Prabhu, he was actually the temple president in Sydney in 1971. He hadn't met Srila Prabhupada, and it was Srila Prabhupada's very first visit to Australia in 1971. So Charu went to the airport to pick him up, and as Srila Prabhupada came out of the customs hall, Charu very enthusiastically, he paid full dandavats and hit his head very hard on the floor and ended up with mild concussion. So he didn't really get a good look at Srila Prabhupada until he actually got back to the temple. And when he actually looked at Srila Prabhupada, he had this overwhelming feeling. He said, Srila Prabhupada is non-different from his books. That was the overwhelming feeling that he had at that time. He said, I would often read a book and wonder, what's the author like? I had this idea that the book and the author were separate, that an author had his literary life as well as his private life. But when I saw Srila Prabhupada, it just struck me that the book Bhagavat and the person Bhagavat were the same. Another one of Srila Prabhupada's early disciples, Rukmini Dasi, in the Hare Krishna movie, the mantra of the movement, and the Swami who started it all, she says, Prabhupada was like no other guru we had ever met. There was no gap between what he spoke and what he lived. Today and for generations to come, we can all experience Srila Prabhupada's priceless association, his instructions and his mercy by reading his purports and his books, and return back to our real home, our spiritual home. Saviour of the whole world, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai.
Thank you, Jai Srimashi. I think, we all probably have a little bit of concussion before we come to Krishna consciousness until we realise the actual value of Srila Prabhupada's books and words and what he's left, as his legacy. And as Jai Sri Mataji was saying, that, his legacy lives on in his words, and of course his followers live with him. So just if we stop to think at how fortunate we are, we'd probably fall over actually. So, but just as Chamari Mataji was saying, that she felt that ISKCON, Srila Prabhupada's mission and movement are in good hands because of the subsequent generations coming through and, dedicatedly following the principles and instructions that he's left behind as his legacy. I'd now like to call on just a couple of Srila Prabhupada's grand disciples who might just take this opportunity today to express their experience of Srila Prabhupada and how he has impacted their lives. So if I can call on Gayatri Mataji. I thought it wasn't going to happen.
No, that's fine. ओम ज्ञानतिमिरन्दस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरुवे नमः। नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते श्रीलकृष्णदास स्वामिनिति नामिने। नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते श्रील भक्ति वेदांत स्वामिनिति नामिने। श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय। Hare Krishna everyone. I am very humbled to share my thoughts with you on how Srila Prabhupada influenced my life. Although I am not qualified to speak, I do want to share my experience as appreciation to our eternal well-wisher, Srila Prabhupada. Probably the biggest difference would be how Srila Prabhupada found a way to bring people of different religions and culture, different countries and languages, all together sharing a desire to serve Lord Shri Krishna and his eternal consort Srimati Radharani. I feel like we can go anywhere in the world and find a temple we can call our home, filled with inspirational devotees we can look up to and learn from. Just look at our wonderful Shri Shri Radha Gopinath. But Srila Prabhupada also knew there will be devotees like me that will struggle to have 24/7 dedicated service, and so, through his books, he enlightened us about Krishna's pastime in Vrindavan and Mathura and the holy places where we can visit, take darshans and learn physically. Srila Prabhupada must have been a very special person to meet for the first time. I have heard interviews and seen some videos where he was extremely serious and jovial at the same time. People are left in awe and coming back from more. I am extremely disappointed in not having taken darshans of Srila Prabhupada physically, but I am extremely happy that those who have had his association have continued his mission, especially in Sydney. Thank you all for your wonderful service. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you, Gayatri Mataji. I think it's really inspiring to also hear from the up-and-coming generation and how they are going to take forward Srila Prabhupada's legacy. And, Gayatri also mentioned that she was disappointed she didn't have Srila Prabhupada's physical association, but we all know that actually, as Jayashree Mataji was saying, that there's no difference between Srila Prabhupada and his words. So, in fact, we are always in his association when we read his books. So now I'm not sure if he's around, but I would just like to call on Jagannath Prabhu. Yes, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamiti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashtiti Adeshadanya. It is so wonderful to have all the disciples of Srila Prabhupada here. And as Pratapnath Prabhu said, when you're in front of Srila Prabhupada, your mind's blank. So thankfully, I have something written, and our mind doesn't go blank. So I'm following Chamara Mataji's footsteps. I'll look at the deities. Dear Srila Prabhupada, happy 123rd Appearance Day. I'm an insignificant fool and I have no qualification to speak of your glories. But for my own purification, I'll try to speak something. Prabhupada, I still can't comprehend the difficulties you went through just to deliver fools like me. I'm not even half your age when you left Vrindavan, but I still come up with thousands of excuses not to perform my Krishna consciousness duties. You have had every excuse not to leave Vrindavan, and no one would ever have faulted you. But you still left for Lord Chaitanya's mission. You lived, as you said, in the center of the universe at Sri Sri Radha Damodar Temple, looking over the samadhis of Srila Rupa Goswami, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, and other acharyas. You could have stayed there, experiencing the ecstasies of Vrindavan. You had no difficulties in Vrindavan, and you had everything you needed. But at the age of 70, you left this serene environment and traveled to a place exactly opposite to Braj, New York City, the center of hellish life. No one to even receive you when you arrived. You didn't know which way to go when you landed, but you left Vrindavan to show everyone the right way. You got robbed, almost got killed, suffered multiple heart attacks just to deliver people you never met. I recently heard a story about your initial days in Butler's, Pennsylvania. You stayed with the Agarwal family, and they knew nothing about how to treat sannyasis, and they used to cook meat, but you tolerated everything just to fulfill your spiritual master's order. You melted their heart just by your kindness and compassion. You wrote letters to your godbrothers when just one person was interested about Krishna, and you wanted to send him to Vrindavan to get trained. You wanted to share the essence of Vrindavan with everyone in the world, and your happiness knew no bounds when people started accepting Krishna consciousness. Who can ever forget that beautiful smile of yours? Now you have hundreds of thousands of followers all over the world wanting to hear about Krishna. Your books have reached all parts of the world, and there was even kirtan done in Antarctica for the 50th anniversary of ISKCON. You have truly fulfilled the prophecy of Bhaktivinoda Thakur and the desire of Lord Chaitanya Nityananda. You are the perfect disciple, the perfect spiritual master, which makes you the only true spiritual master of the whole world. Prabhupada, I'm eternally grateful for your books. They have been my greatest companion when I was alone without any devotee association. Your disciple, His Holiness Dharmata Swami, once told me to focus deeply in your purports and get your association through your books. And you have been so kind to reveal the greatest of secrets of bhakti in your purports. Each one of your purports is so deep that if a person just reads one of them, they will surely become a pure devotee. I still do not understand many of your deep realizations, but I'm trying to read these purports every day, and I hope I can understand your deep realizations of Sri Sri Radha Gopinath. You prayed to these wonderful deities to take care of the devotees, and you welcomed them to Sydney with your own hands. And their lordship, because of your compassionate prayers, are still taking care of malachas like me. The only reason I have any connection to Radha Gopinath is because of your prayers, and I can't thank you enough for your causeless mercy. In an attempt to show my gratitude, I wrote a small poem to glorify you, but I'm not great at anything, let alone writing a poem. But for your pleasure and for the pleasure of the Vaishnavas, I'll read this out and hope you accept this insignificant offering. Srila Prabhupada, our beloved grandfather, he saved this world from a spot of bother. With a grateful stride, he climbed the ship. To the west, he took a trip. Following his guru's orders, he left the transcendental land to spread the glories of the Kirtan band. Facing a lot of stress and pain, he always served only for Krishna's gain. At New York City, he landed with a certain plight, not knowing if he should turn left or right. With Krishna in his heart, he walked ahead, not knowing where his path led. As he walked, he met a lad who he used as a launching pad. As he preached at every street, people took shelter of his lotus feet. He fulfilled the prophecy of a beloved Lord, using his wisdom and knowledge as his fighting sword. Till this day, he spreads his love from Goloka Vrindavan up above. On this day, we miss him more, from our eyes only tears pour. On this day, I feel regret that I can never pay back my growing debt. Srila Prabhupada, my dear grandfather, I wish I wasn't a great bother. I hope and pray to find my way, desiring never to become Maya's prey. I once had Sridhikirta Prabhu, I think it was, who mentioned that Lord Chaitanya opened the doors of Vrindavan, but Srila Prabhupada put an escalator on it. So I pray to Srila Prabhupada today that I stay on this escalator in this house of ISKCON and never leave, and always serve at his lotus feet. Your insignificant servant, Jagannath Gopal Das.
Thank you so much, Jagannath Prabhu. It's just really wonderful to see. It's very evident that the new generation of devotees coming through are extremely empowered, and we can see it in the children coming through in the Krishna consciousness movement. There is, they're not ordinary. They've actually got a very special Shakti that is no doubt. The legacy of Srila Prabhupada. The curtains are going to open soon. But I just wanted to just mention that Jai Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. So I just wanted to mention that Srila Prabhupada's legacy is vast. Actually, it was really, the video would have been so nice if we could have watched it. I don't want to, sort of make it worse for everyone, but really it was, it just showed Srila Prabhupada's legacy and how it's going to be maintained and preserved for time immemorial. And, there's a certain reassurance and comfort in that, because Srila Prabhupada, his influence, which even he predicted will go on for tens of thousands of years. And we think of Lord Jesus Christ. He has so many followers to this very day, but never was there a point when his direct instructions were recorded. In fact, anything that was recorded about his life and teachings were done much later by his disciples when they recalled his activities in this world. And we can see the impact that Lord Jesus Christ has had. So you can imagine, with all of the documentation, endless reams of information that we have on Srila Prabhupada, thanks to the technology of the time and also current technology, it's actually, the implications are enormous in terms of the benefits for future generations. And of course, as Jayashree Mataji said, that there are no words really to express what Srila Prabhupada actually represents to this planet Earth and its inhabitants. It's very difficult, and not many of us are able to come close to even encapsulating what he means to us, let alone what he means to the entire movement of Lord Chaitanya. But today we've all attempted in our own ways and in very, very, very deeply felt, profound ways, how Srila Prabhupada has been an influence in our own lives. And we can all take all of that nectar and make it a part of us and internalize it so that we can grow in love for our spiritual masters, Srila Prabhupada, and their lordships, Shri Radha Gopinath. So, Ganesham Prabhu, is that Bhoga offering? So, Bhoga, yeah, so, Kirtan, okay. So we'll just have some Kirtan now, and then we'll proceed with the Bhoga offering. So we'll need everyone to move back to make some space again. So back and forth. So just a little back.
Shri Radha Gopinath Bhagavan ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Nitai Gaur Premanande, Hari 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 Bol. Namah Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prastaya, Bhutale, Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namah Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Saraswati Devi Gauravani Prajadine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschathyadishadadine
Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Prachadine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschathyadishadadine
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri
Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda
Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada
Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada
Prabhupada Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada
Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada
Jaya Vaishnav Thakur Vaishnav Thakur Vaishnav Thakur Jaya Vaishnav Thakur
Jaya Vaishnav Thakur Jaya Vaishnav Thakur Jaya Vaishnav Thakur Jaya Vaishnav Thakur
Jaya Vaishnav Thakur Vaishnav Thakur Vaishnav Thakur Jaya Vaishnav Thakur
Jaya Vaishnav Thakur Jaya Vaishnav Thakur Jaya Vaishnav Thakur Jaya Vaishnav Thakur
Jai Gurudev 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 Gurudev
Jaya Jaya Gurudev 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev
Jaya Jai Gurudev Gurudev, Gurudev.
Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev.
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada.
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada.
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada.
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Jai Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada.
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada.
Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada.
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada.
Srila Prabhupada ki.
We still do Kirtan continue.
Pushpanjali.
So the boga has been offered, and now we'd like to ask you to stand for Pushpanjali.
Who's leading Pushpanjali? Who's leading Pushpanjali?
Prabhuji, this microphone
It should come a bit more.
Do we need the lyrics, did you say?
Yeah.
Or it's
I can get the lyrics for him.
Okay.
Yeah.
First we do the Pushpanjali and then we can do the Arati.
He's just getting the lyrics now.
Okay. So, you're going to sing the Samsara Prayer now or do Pushpanjali?
Which comes after Pushpanjali. So I'll just quickly check on that.
I'll hold it for you. Can you read?
I've got my glasses on.
I can tell you, sir.
We just say Prabhupada Pranam Mantra 3 times and we offer the flowers.
First.
Yeah, first 3 times.
Yeah, and then Arati.
Arati.
Yeah.
So first we're distributing the flowers and then 3 times Prabhupada's mantra we offer every time.
Yeah.
You want me to hold it, Prabhu? Sorry? Is that okay?
Hey, that's good. I can see it from here.
I'll give it myself. I'll give it to you.
All right.
No, just singing. Oh,
Next time and share with the next person.
Can we start?
You ready?
Start? Pranam Mantra. Prabhupada Pranam Mantra.
Let's take some and give.
Ghanshyam Prabhu. Start, Prabhu.
So we're going to do Pushpanjali now. The procedure is you'll repeat after me the words to Prabhupada Pranams. After the second one, I'll say Esha Pushpanjali. At that time, you throw one lot of flowers. So we're going to do it 3 times. So you'll need your handful of flowers to last 3 times. Namah. Om. Vishnu. Padaya. Krishna. Prasthaya. Bhutale. Srimate. Bhaktivedanta. Swamin. Iti. Namane. Namaste. Saraswati Devi. Gaura Gauravani Pracharine Nirvasesa Sunyavadi Paschacha Desatarine Esha Pushpanjali Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swamin Iti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvasesa Sunyavadi Paschacha Desatarine Esha Pushpanjali Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvasesa Sunyavadi Paschacha Desatarine Esha Pushpanjali Aim Gurave Namaha. Okay, where's the drummer and cartels? Say near me. Samsara dava nalalida loka tranaya karanya ghana ghanatvam. Samsara dava nalalida loka tranaya karanya ghana ghanatvam. Samsara dava nalalida loka tranaya karanya ghana ghanatvam. Praptasya kalyana gunarnavasya vande garoshi charanaravindam. 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 Mahaprabhu kirtana nitya gita vaditramadyan manasorasena. 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 Romanchakampa shutaranga bhajo vande garoshi charanaravindam. Romanchakampa shutaranga bhajo vande garoshi charanaravindam. Romanchakampa strutaranga bhajo vande garoshi charanaravindam. Romanchakampa strutaranga bhajo vande garoshi charanaravindam. 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 Shri Vigraharadhana Nichanana Sringaratan Mandira Majanara Yuktasya Bhaktam Shani Unjatopi Vande Garashi Charanaravindam Yuktasya Bhaktam Shani Unjatopi Vande Garashi Charanaravindam Vande Garashi Charanaravindam Vande Garashi Chaturvidhastri Bhagavat Prashara Svadvana Triptan Hari Bhakta Shangan Chaturvidhastri Bhagavat Prashara Kritveva Triptim Bhajata Saraiva Vande Garashi Charanaravindam 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 Vande Garashi Samsara Dava Nalalida Loka Pranaya Karanya Gana Ganatvam Praptasya Kalyana Gunarnavasya Vande Garashi Charanaravindam Vande Garashi Charanaravindam Vande Garashi Charanaravindam Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya 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 Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. One more time. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Radhika Madhavya Para Madhurya Leela Guna Rupa Namnam Shri Radhika Madhavya Para Madhurya Leela Guna Rupa Namnam Shri Radhika Madhavya Para Madhurya Leela Guna Rupa Namnam Shri Radhika Pratikshana Svadvana Lola Pasya Vande Garashi Charanaravindam Pratikshana Svadvana Lola Pasya Vande Garashi Charanaravindam Nikunjayo Narati Kelisi Jai Jayali Bhir Yuktira Pakshaniya Nikunjayo Narati Kelisi Jai Jayali Bhir Tatra Didaksha Dati Vallabhasya Vande Garashi Charanaravindam Tatra Didaksha Dati Vallabhasya Vande Garashi Charanaravindam Vande Garashi Charanarvindam. Vande Garashi Charanarvindam. Vande Garashi Charanarvindam. Vande Garashi Charanarvindam. Sakshadharittvena samasta shastrer yuktastatha bhavyata eva sadbhi. Kintu prabhuya priya eva tasya vande garashi charanarvindam. Vande Garashi Charanarvindam. Vande Garashi Charanarvindam. Yasha Prashadat Bhagavat Prasharo. Yasha Prashada Nagati Gatopi. Yasha Prasadat Bhagavat Prasado. Yasha Prasada Nagati Gatopi. Dayang Suvang Sastaya Sastri Sandhyang. Vande Garashi Charanarvindam. Dayang Suvang Sastaya Sastri Sanyang. Vande Garashi Charanarvindam. Samsara Dava Nalalita Loka Tranaya Karanya Ganaganatvam. Samsara Dava Nalalita Loka Tranaya Karanya Ganaganatvam. Pratakshana Prapasava Nanavasya Vande Garashi Charanarvindam. Praptasya Kalyana Gunarnavasya Vande Garashi Charanarvindam. 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna No, that's the wrong tune. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swamin iti namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Sunyavardi Pasacha Desatarine. Namaste Saraswati Devam Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Sunyavardi Pasacha Desatarine. Namaste Saraswati Devam Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Sunyavardi Pasacha. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadha Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. The 70s tune. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya 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 Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Srila Prabhupada ki. Jayam Vishwapad Paramahansa Paravaraja Kacharya Astatara Sadashi Srimad Bhaktivedanta Goswami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Vyasa Puja celebration ki jai. Jagat Guru of the universe ki jai. Oh, glorious assembled devotees. Oh, glorious assembled devotees. Oh, glorious assembled devotees. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna, everybody. So please make your way out very carefully and gently. through the doors towards the awaiting prasadam. So if you go out to the car park under the pandal, prasadam will be waiting for you. Hare Krishna.
Mahaprasad prayers. Mahaprasad prayers.
Oh, everyone's going, Prabhuji. Yeah. Everyone's going. I should have. Anyway.
That's an indication that we not go.
I know, I should have maybe said anyway. Thank you, Prabhuji. Beautiful singing. I'll just try and get rid of this microphone.
Since the appearance of this is the Lord is eternal associate, one should not be deluded by the external features that disappear. So this absorption in the Lord we see as the most essential point. We have that with Arjuna. You see, he's the first. He's absorbing himself, and then Arjuna. I mean, Yudhishthira Maharaj is also absorbing himself. So this position then that situates you on the transcendental platform. One's unaffected by the modes of nature. So all the difficulties that are there because of our absorption in or distraction by the material energy, then all that goes away when we're absorbed in the Lord. So Yudhishthira Maharaj then here is then seeing that the Lord has gone, the pastimes are finished, then he is absorbing himself in this way. So Srila Prabhupada is pointing out us here that Krishna, why this is, means because why does the devotee go beyond the material nature? Because he goes beyond because Krishna is beyond. Krishna is unaffected by the modes of nature. He's unaffected by the material phenomena. He creates it, he maintains it, he destroys it, but he's unaffected by it. We're small, so anything we work with, we get attached to. But Krishna is beyond like that, so it's not a problem for him. So if one appreciates this position of the Lord, then that absorption of the Lord makes you transcendental. And then you come to that same position. While otherwise, then if one doesn't have that faith, then that means there's some faith in something, something ordinary, something mundane. And so then the consciousness will stay in that kind of focus. And because of that, then one will be, continue on in existence here, because that's the concept we have of the Lord. Right? It's a standard thing, is that since everything is coming from Krishna, it's all organized by Krishna, it's his potency. So it's non-different from him. So then when we are dealing with the Lord's energies, then we're actually dealing with Krishna. But the point is that when we see this aspect of Krishna, and we don't see it on the transcendental platform, we just see it on the material platform, then Krishna reciprocates in that way, and it gives us a material result. Does that make sense? Like Krishna, let's say, the potency for economics, to work, it's a potency. It's not just because you have flat pieces of money, now suddenly everybody, is happy to exchange them. Right? And as time goes, it used to at least be paper, now it's plastic, right? But the point is there's a potency there. So that potency, we're respecting that potency, but we're not respecting that potency that it's a potency of Krishna. And so therefore Krishna is reciprocating simply on the platform of the monetary value. Right? So we stay within the material context. But when we see that Krishna is beyond that, we see that all these things, it's actually Krishna, it's his potency that's making it work. And so the focus is on Krishna, who is transcendental. Then we see is that we become transcendental. So in other words, our realization is in the context of our realization of the Lord. So as we surrender to the Lord and he reveals himself, then we'll also understand ourselves. Prabhupada gives the example of if it's dark, you can't see yourself in the mirror. But when the sun comes up, then you can see. So it's simultaneous. When you have the understanding of Krishna, means you'll have an understanding of yourself. Right? But since it's us having that realization, we call it self-realization. Because we're the one having it. Right? Just because your friend has it doesn't mean you have it. Right? Does that make sense? Yeah. It means he has the prasad, you don't. Doesn't mean that your stomach becomes full. So, like that. Like that. Yes. So then he's pointing out is that the material world, it's a difficulty because it has that temporariness. Everything's temporary. The situations we're in are temporary. The activities are temporary. The results they give are temporary. The experiences are temporary. Then we change bodies. So it's just, just our position is also temporary. So, but in the spiritual world, you don't have any of that. You don't have the death, old age, and disease. They just don't exist there. Everyone's youthful. So because you don't have death, as Prabhupada points out, you don't need birth. Right? Does that make sense? If you're dead, then you need birth to take another body. But if you don't die, then what's the point of birth? Right? Does that make sense? So then that appreciation that Krishna and his associates are eternal, and because of that, then everything goes nicely there. While here it's not. So we see that difference, have that faith in Krishna, then we can transfer ourselves to that transcendental platform. Right? So, any questions on this? No? Don't get into questions. But, otherwise, things are a bit short. Do you have a system where everybody knows their verses ahead of time that they're giving class, or can we just go to the next verse and that won't mess things up? You can go ahead. Yeah. Just the matter is if you've already told everyone a week ahead, and then it's always funny is that one devotee he had the verse, and because he wasn't so confident about the class, and then he had got the verse and he had prepared and read and studied and gone through all kinds of things what he's going to say and all that. So then he was feeling good. He sat down and he looked at the board and it was not the verse he had studied. So then he didn't know what to do. Yeah. Okay. Text 33. Kunti, after overhearing Arjuna's telling of the end of the Yadu dynasty and disappearance of Lord Krishna, engaged in the devotional service of the Transcendental Personality of Godhead with full attention, and thus gained release from the course of material existence. Purport. The setting of the sun does not mean the end of the sun. It means that the sun is out of our sight. Similarly, the end of the mission of the Lord on a particular planet or universe only means that he is out of our sight. The end of the Yadu dynasty does not mean that it is annihilated. It disappears along with the Lord out of our sight. Right? Because the Lord comes with his associates. So when they come, then it's manifest. And then when they're going to move on, then they all disappear. The eternal pastimes are going on. But as we know it, it's not there. Like we go to Vrindavan, then the pastimes are apricot, means we can't see them. They're going on. But we don't see them. Right? Does that make sense? And then we see it at regular times, and Krishna will manifest the pastimes, so they become prakat. You can see. So then everybody can see. If they're there. Like Kamsa, he can see this and that, even though he's a demon. So, and then it goes for some time, and then it goes apricot. But the pastimes themselves are eternally going on. It's just sometimes you can see them and sometimes not. Does that make sense? Yeah. So that's the point, is that just because it's out of our sight doesn't mean it disappears. Just like the sun. It goes down and we say, oh, there's no sun. But, farther over, the sun's still there. And it's always there. It's always moving around and doing what it does. Yudhishthira decided to prepare to go back to Godhead. And so also Kunti decided. And thus she fully engaged herself in the transcendental devotional service of the Lord, which guarantees one a passport for going back to Godhead
after quitting this present material body. The beginning of devotional service to the Lord is the beginning of spiritualizing the present body, and thus an unalloyed devotee of the Lord loses all material contact in the present body. The abode of the, So when you take up the process, the body and all the content, everything starts to become spiritualized. So then with time is that, then it comes to the point where one doesn't see from the material platform. One may be within the body, one's functioning, but the consciousness one is not viewing material energy. One is just seeing this is all Krishna's energy and seeing everything in contact with Krishna. So they're always absorbed in devotional service. The abode of the Lord is not a myth, as is thought by the unbelievers or ignorant people. But one cannot reach there by any means like a Sputnik or space capsule. But one can certainly reach there after leaving this present body. And one must prepare himself to go back to Godhead by practicing devotional service. That guarantees a passport for going back to Godhead, and Kunti adopted it. Right? So the consciousness being connected to there, when one leaves the body here, then one doesn't have that connection, and one just then deals in the spiritual body. So we see as Kunti Devi, then she took that up, right? Because you can't go and by some mechanical means. Right? You know, nowadays they like to go by mechanical means. But the point is just like Prabhupada gives the example, the moon is a heavenly planet. So they're saying it's just dust. That means either they haven't gotten to the moon or just, you know, they're not seeing. They don't have the piety to see what's there. You know, they can say, no, but I can see everything. That's like saying the ant walking around in the room can see everything. Right? So if they're superior living entities, the ant can't appreciate. It gets right up next to you, it might notice something's there. But it can't figure out who you are and what you're wearing and what we're doing here and everything like that. Does that make sense? So that's just out of false ego. Then people think that, you know, I know everything by my position. But we see the examples of so many living entities. Then they can see certain things and other things they can't. You know, just like animals. Then if you don't move, they can't see you. You know, that's just how Krishna arranged it. That's their protection. They look for movement. Right? So it's not that they means if the animals stop moving, the lion can't see them. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, but they can't see the movement. If you stop, they it's just like you have pillars, you have the chair, they just become like that. So that's why you see like the cat will just sit there. It won't move. It'll sit there for a long time, just waiting for any movement. As soon as there's movement, then, you know. So that's the point is we're always so proud that our position, we know everything, but we see is that it's arranged, it's something as simple as that, no movement, you can't see anything. You know, or just size, we can't deal with it. So that's the point. So the humans have the consciousness to deal on the higher level. But then it's consciousness that has to be elevated. If the consciousness is not elevated, then you can't see the higher elements. That's just how it goes. You know. So here, then Kunti Devi, then she as Yudhishthira Maharaj, he decided to absorb himself in Krishna and go back to Godhead. So Kunti Devi also made the same decision and then focused on the Lord and decided to go back to Godhead. Yeah. Any questions on this one? Okay.
So you're saying that over time with devotional service, you start to see the material things on the spiritual path.
Yes, yes.
And that's just the process that happens.
Yes, yes, yes.
Because I guess I'm at a point where it's frustrating because I know mentally that everything is Krishna, but I can't see it yet.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to see it, but I feel like I'm like that push myself to see it.
No, but you have to surrender to Krishna, because Krishna reveals it. It's not that there's a mechanical process for us to see it. Means through following the recommended activities of devotional service, by hearing, chanting, associating with devotees and that, then we learn about this. Then trying to absorb ourselves in that and trying to apply that ourselves, then Krishna's pleased, then we can see like that. But the point is it's pleasing Krishna that makes it work. So you don't need to get frustrated that you can't make it happen because you can't make it happen. So it means if we think I can make it happen and it's not, then we'll get frustrated. But if you know you can't make it happen, but that surrender to Krishna, that devotion to Krishna, then Krishna will make it happen. Then it's just a matter of, if it's not working, surrender more. Right? Like that. Then we don't get frustrated. Yeah. Yeah. Yes?
Maharaj, in this thinking about this concept of Kunti Devi and Maharaj Yudhisthira decided to go back to Godhead. So they're obviously Nitya or eternal.
It means you can look at that aspect because it's pointed out they are in that position. But it's also, we're in the same position. You know what I'm saying? Is that, what's our focus? It's just like if we're thinking that you want to go back to Godhead, that's your determination, that the material world has nothing to offer, then how are you going to live your life? It's going to be different than if you thinking that, well, if I work hard, use my intelligence, work hard, I can improve the quality of the material situation so I can actually make it nicer. Then that's not the mentality of going back to Godhead. Right? The mentality of going back to Godhead is that if that's the determination to go back to Godhead, then the activities of devotional service, so that's why, and thus she fully engaged herself in the transcendental devotional service to the Lord, which guarantees one a passport for going back to Godhead after quitting this present material body. Right? So it's being fully absorbed in devotional service. So being fully absorbed in devotional service, then depending upon your position, then you will have to be able to maintain that position. Right? Does that make sense? So the brahmachari just does his duties and all these things like that, and that's all taken care of. And for the grihasta, then that means that his facilities in family life are only for the purpose of being engaged in devotional service. So making money is just you can pay the bills, you have a place, a house in which you can do your devotional service. Does that make sense? You buy food so you can eat, so you can do devotional service. You know what I'm saying? You know, unless you're on one of those 30-day fasts or something like that, then, you know, save some money this month, right? You know, so, like that. Does that make sense? So the point is that everyone can make that decision to just fully absorb themselves. But, you know, we might be distracted. No, I have to do this and do that. See, there's a difference between, okay, I need to maintain myself, and so then in that I'm going to need some occupation, and in that I have a particular nature, so that nature could be engaged in that occupation, but to do that I may need some training or some things like that, or, you know, either something you can go out and get the job, or you have to do some training before you can get the job. But it's coming from the surrender to Krishna. The other approach is that, you know, I'm doing all these, I have this desire, that desire, I'm taking care of all these desires, I'm being practical, I'm getting the work done, but I'm a devotee, and so then as much as works into my life, I fit Krishna in. Right? In other words, it's my life and I fit Krishna in, or it's devotional service, and then I practically maintain that. You understand? Externally, it may look exactly the same, but we see there's a difference in the mentality. So you don't have to be a Nitya Siddha to make that decision. That's the point. Okay? Yeah. Something else? No? Okay. Done. What time does the class go to? 8? Okay. So, next verse. Text 34. The Supreme Unborn, Lord Sri Krishna, caused the members of the Yadu dynasty to relinquish their bodies, and thus he relieved the burden of the earth. This action was like picking out a thorn with a thorn, though both are the same to the controller. Purport. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur suggests that the rishis like Shonaka and others who were hearing Srimad Bhagavatam from Sutta Goswami and Naimisharanya were not happy to hear about the Yadus dying in the madness of intoxication. To give them relief from this mental agony, Sutta Goswami assured them that the Lord caused the members of the Yadu dynasty to relinquish their bodies, by which they had to take away the burden of the earth. The Lord and his eternal associates appear on earth to help the administrative demigods in eradicating the burden of the world. He therefore called for some of the confidential demigods to appear in the Yadu dynasty and serve him in his great mission. After the mission was fulfilled, the demigods, by the will of the Lord, relinquished their corporal bodies by fighting amongst themselves in the madness of intoxication. The demigods are accustomed to drinking the soma rasa beverage, and therefore the drinking of wine and intoxication are not unknown to them. Sometimes they were put into trouble for indulging in intoxication. Once the sons of Kuvera fell in the wrath of Narada for being intoxicated, but afterwards they regained their original forms by the grace of Lord Sri Krishna. We shall find this story in the 10th canto. For the Supreme Lord, both the Asuras and the demigods are equal, but the demigods are obedient to the Lord, whereas the Asuras are not. Therefore, the example of pricking out a thorn by another thorn is quite befitting. One thorn which causes pinpricks on the leg of the Lord is certainly disturbing to the Lord, and the other thorn which takes out the disturbing elements certainly gives service to the Lord. So although every living being is a part and parcel of the Lord, still one who is a pinprick to the Lord is called an Asura, and one who is a voluntary servant of the Lord is called a Devata or demigod. In the material world, the Devatas and Asuras are always contending, and the Devatas are always saved from the hands of the Asuras by the Lord. Both of them are under the control of the Lord. The Lord is full of two kinds of living beings. The world is full of two kinds of living beings, and the Lord's mission is to always protect the Devatas and destroy the Asuras whenever there's such a need in the world, and to do good to both of them. So you have some elements at play here, is that the sages, then because they follow everything very nicely, as a sense of, proper sense of justice and righteousness and piety, that for them it may feel a bit of a problem that the Yadus are leaving this world, leaving their bodies by the pastime of that they all get intoxicated and then they all fight and kill each other. So then he's pointing out is that the eternal associates, they appear to help the demigods, and then so some of the demigods come. And then it's the end of the pastime, so then the Lord and his associates are going to go into the aprakrita pastimes, right? So Dorka pastimes will go on, but they won't be seen on the earth. And so they're going to go into that. So the demigods have to go back to their positions. So then they leave these bodies and go back to their position. So then that's not a problem. Then the point of then intoxication, that the demigods, they get involved in that kind of things. So for them it's not a problem. So if you're saying the demigods are drinking wine, it's not a problem. You don't say it's impious. Here, then it's considered impious. Because here then you're performing the pious activities. There they're living off the results of their piety. So then it matches them, because the demigods are the ones that were fighting and killing each other. It's not the eternal servants, the eternal associates. Like that. So then it doesn't create any problem. And then on the point of then why here is that the demigods, the demons, so he comes to assist the demigods. So then all those who are opposed to the arrangements of the demigods, the Asuras, then they're removed by the Lord. And so that's done through the demigods. So the example is given for the Lord, they're both living entities, are his parts and parcels. And so he sees them both equally, just like that's why the example is given of a thorn. The thorn taking out the thorn. So they're both thorns. But the point is you're so there's an equalness there, but you're using one to get rid of the other. So all of them the Lord sees equally as all parts and parcels, but the demons, because they cause trouble, then from the agency of the demigods, then he stops that trouble. Because they create problem for themselves, for everyone else, so then by being killed by the Lord, then they get that salvation, and then either they'll go back to Godhead or they'll come back from a pious position and then progress from there. That makes sense? So the thorn with the thorn, generally here is that if you get a thorn, you take another thorn, and using the sharp end, you kind of dig it out. So that's the standard way we do it. But there's also another interesting thing with the thorn I saw in India is that you get a thorn, then they'll take the second thorn and they'll break it, but because the nature of thorn, the outside's always really tough, right? So it'll crack, but if you're careful, it'll just crack. So it's got like the skin will stay, it's like a hinge, right? So then you can turn it over and use it like tweezers to grab the top of the other thorn and pull it out. That way you don't have to get in there and dig. So that's the more pleasant way of taking it. If it's in deep, then of course you have to dig. But if it's sticking out, then you can use this other method. So that's the thing is the thorn with the thorn. Yeah. Questions on this? No? Okay. So text 35. The Supreme Lord relinquished the body which he manifested to diminish the burden of the earth. Just like a magician, he relinquishes one body to accept different ones, like the fish incarnation and others. Purport. The Supreme Lord, Personality of Godhead, is neither impersonal nor formless, but his body is non-different from him, and therefore he is known as the embodiment of eternity, knowledge, and bliss. In the Brihad Vaishnava Tantra, it is clearly mentioned that anyone who considers the form of Lord Krishna to be made of material energy must be ostracized by all means. That means you don't associate with people like that. You just stay away, because if they can't understand the position of the Lord, why associate? Because the whole point is to develop God consciousness. Right? So that, yeah. And if by chance the face of such an infidel is seen, one must clean himself by jumping in the river with his clothing. Right? So you take a bath with your clothes on. So if you don't have a river, shower will do. But just with your clothes on. Take off your shoes. Like that. Unless you have, wooden shoes. But yeah. The Lord is described as Amrita, or deathless, because he has no material body. Right? Because why would you say what is the need of the clothes? One is because everything becomes contaminated, so that you have that aspect. But the other is if you, a regular bath, you can completely forget about it and just take a bath. But if you take a bath with your clothes on, you'll remember why you're taking a bath with the clothes on. So then remembering the Lord and all that, then you'll get purified. So, yeah. Because it's just different. Unless you always take bath with your clothes on, then, like... Yeah, no, it's just, you just take bath and then you sit there and then they dry and everything fits perfectly, yeah. You always wondered how those businessmen had such perfectly fitting suits, right? Because they take bath with them on, right? They don't talk about it. But, yeah, it's the secrets. The Lord is described as Amrita, or deathless, because he has no material body. Under the circumstance, the Lord's dying, quitting his body, is like the jugglery of a magician, right? Because the magician, they're a magician because you think something's happening when it's not. Like you see, they're doing something, they have two, and then they have another, and they're doing something, and they go like this to like that. So you don't see that it's behind here. Then they'll put the other coin there, and then they'll bring, and then there's three, and like that. So it's jugglery. So the Lord is that he's deathless, but just like a magician, it looks like he appears and disappears. That's how the Lord does it. He never disappears, just like before the point of the sun. The magician shows us tricks that he is cut to pieces, burnt to ashes, or made unconscious by hypnotic influences. But all are false shows only. Factually, the magician himself is neither burnt to ashes nor cut to pieces, nor is he dead or unconscious at any stage of his magical demonstration. Similarly, the Lord has his eternal forms of unlimited variety, of which the fish incarnation was exhibited within this universe, is also one. Because there are innumerable universes, somewhere or other the fish incarnation must be manifesting his pastime without cessation. So the Lord his fish incarnation just disappears from here, but at the same time as he's appearing in another universe. So each avatar is eternally performing pastimes. It's just whether we're seeing them or not. Right? Okay. In this, it'd just be like, well, I don't know, they don't use it nowadays. Like, before the example would be given of, what do you call it? Film. You have 24 frames a second. So, because you have a lens at this point, then when it comes through, you're able to see it. But if you had 24 frames, 24 lenses, all of them would be able to be seen, but they'd be in different places. Like one would be here, then you just bend it around. Does that make sense? So it's just in this, and it disappears. It's in the next one. So it's disappearing, and then you see the next one. So that's why it appears as like the example of the magician. It appears but all he says is just shifted it. He's put your attention somewhere else. That's why you always see them doing things like this, because when he goes like this, you look at his hand. You don't look over here. That's what they're doing. So, like that, then the pastime, you're seeing, oh, he's gone, but he's already gone to the next. Means this is between universes. So between the universe, then it's all going on. So in some universe, it'll just be that, nanosecond between them. So then he disappears here, he appears there, simultaneous. Like that. So if he does something that makes it looks as though, like when Krishna leaves and he goes up through the universe and everyone sees him. On others, he just that pastime comes to an end. You don't think about it. Like that. Because there are innumerable universes, somewhere or other, the fish incarnation must be manifesting his pastimes without cessation. In this verse, the particular word date, eternally accepted, and not the word ditva, accepted for the occasion, is used. Right? So his form is eternally accepted. The idea that the Lord does not create the fish incarnation, the idea is that the Lord does not create the fish incarnation. He eternally has such a form. And the appearance and disappearance of such an incarnation serves particular purposes. In the Bhagavad Gita 7:24-25, right? There's a purpose, so you manifest that. But it's not that it goes away. Just like when you're cooking, you get out a particular pan. But it's not that when you're not using it, it's not there. It doesn't exist. Right? In Bhagavad Gita 7:24-25, the Lord says, "The impersonalists think that I have no form, that I am formless, but that at the present I have accepted a form to serve a purpose, and now I am manifested. But such speculators are factually without sharp intelligence. Though they may be good scholars in the Vedic literatures, they are practically ignorant of my inconceivable energies, my eternal forms of personality." Right? So the Vedic concept is that foolishness comes from not knowing the Lord. One can say, oh, that's just one topic. But no, it's actually the topic. Because the material phenomena is so the living entity becomes aware of their relationship with the Lord. Right? That's how it works. So all these other knowledges that are there are simply for the purpose of situating yourself so that you can be engaged in the Lord's service. And everyone having different mentalities, there's a wide range of knowledge and options that are there. But all that knowledge is Krishna. It's all meant to be used in his service. So this idea that knowledge of God is just a topic. No, it's the topic. And all these others, they're the secondary that are supportive. Just like saying cooking is the topic. Then I may be of the detail of, okay, we're discussing cooking this preparation. Does that make sense? So it's not that I have rice, dal, sabji, chapatis, and cooking. No, cooking includes everything else. And then within that, you can get absorbed in this. So then the economics, the politics, the education, the arts and sciences, these are all details of the Lord. Does that make sense? Okay, the reason is, although they may be good scholars in Vedic literatures, they are practically ignorant of my inconceivable energies and my eternal forms of personality. The reason is that I reserve the power of not being exposed to the non-devotees by my mystic curtain. The less intelligent fools are therefore unaware of my eternal form, which is never to be vanquished and is unborn. So he just doesn't reveal. Because one may complain that, but I should be able to understand through logic. But the point is that logic being a material element, then how it will understand what's beyond. Right? So that's the difficulty, is they're thinking, no, I can use a material tool to understand transcendence, but it won't. They don't match. The only match in that their connection to the Lord. You see as energies of the Lord, then you're making that connection, then you can appreciate. But then you're seeing the Lord. So they don't do that. So then he doesn't reveal himself. Yes. And that's why it's said when you come in contact with the devotees, coming in the parampara, the chit potency is there. So hearing that, that's what we see, that's why it changes the heart. So we're thinking it's what we're saying. No, that's the medium for delivering. It's the holy name that is the actual thing. So it's not that. See, it's just like, let's say, you're delivering the medicine, right? Let's say using a syringe to deliver the medicine, but it's not the syringe that's the cause of the effectiveness of the medicine. But it may be, whether you're using a horse needle or using something very fine, depending on the situation. So they do all those things, but it's about delivering. Like I saw this one doctor, he specializes in giving shots to babies. So he comes in, he gets out the thing, and he shows, and they play. He's got the cap on, and this, and then he touches them with it, and touches different parts, and just makes the whole game out of it, where the baby's not knowing, then he takes the cap off, while they're not knowing, sticks it in their leg. And so he's already given them a shot and pulled it out before they even know what happened. It's kind of like they're thinking, didn't that hurt? It's kind of like, either they're just bewildered or they start crying, but it's after they've already had the shot. So that's the thing, it just delivers. So the intelligence and all these are just useful for that, but it's what's being delivered is the chit potency. So we always have to be careful in that. It's what will change people's moods and all that is the chit potency, not the particular words we're saying. Right? Our delivery, our technique, it's not that. That will help maybe make it more palatable. But that's not the potency. So we have to know where the potency is. So even though they're great scholars in the Vedic version, or in the contemporary, they're great scholars in the modern academy, but it doesn't mean they'll understand the Lord unless the Lord reveals himself. And that will only happen by association with devotees. Otherwise it just can't happen. Right? That's really good. Okay. The less intelligent fools are therefore unaware of my eternal form, which is never to be vanquished and is unborn. In the Padma Purana, it is said that those who are envious and always angry at the Lord are unfit to know the actual eternal form of the Lord. And so, being envious of the Lord, angry at the Lord, that things didn't work out for you, why did this happen, why does Krishna allow this to happen, then it'll be hard to appreciate Krishna. Right? Because the point is that, the different situations and everything that we're in are coming by our previous action. So if we're getting something that's not nice, is we've done something not nice. Right? It's always works in kind. You do something on the physical platform improper, you'll get the reaction on the physical platform. You do something proper on the physical platform, you get the resultant good result on the physical platform. You do something wrong in the mental, it'll get affected in mental. You do it on the intellectual, you get it in the intellectual. Right? And you do it in consciousness, you'll get it in consciousness. So it'll always be in the place where you apply it. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah, so if you stub your toe, then you know it's come from something you've done with your toe. Right? Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah, you'll get it'll pollute then how you see, then you see your deal, you'll see then, let's say you're thinking about them, then somehow or another they walk around the corner. You know, then you try to be pleasant, but there's still that you see there's that tinge in the background. It's polluted. It'll be harder for you to deal properly. So it has an effect. Right? So that's why the devotee goes beyond, he's not critical. He's not a fault finder, because then he can deal with everybody properly. Because if the opportunity is there to be Krishna conscious, you can actually take advantage. But if we cultivate, all these things, this one, this, that one, that, then even there's the opportunity, it's hard for us to take advantage of. Huh? In the Bhagavatam, also, it is said that the Lord appeared like a thunderbolt to those who are wrestlers. Shishupal, at the time of being killed by the Lord, could not see him as Krishna, being dazzled by the glare of the Brahmajyoti. Therefore, the temporary manifestation of the Lord as a thunderbolt to the wrestlers, appointed by Kamsa, or the glaring appearance of the Lord before Shishupal, was relinquished by the Lord. But the Lord, as a magician, is eternally existent and is never vanquished in any circumstance. Such forms are temporarily shown to the Asuras only, and when such exhibitions are withdrawn, the Asuras think that the Lord is no more existent, just as the foolish audience thinks the magician to be burnt to ashes or cut to pieces. The conclusion is that the Lord has no material body, and therefore is never to be killed or changed by his transcendental body. Yeah. So that's the point, is Krishna's position, and having that faith. So if you have faith Krishna is transcendental in his position, then you can develop your spiritual body. But if you think he's material, then you'll remain within the material. So the impersonalists and all those who say that it's all there is no forms and all these, they'll never get spiritual forms. Okay. That's the problem. Now stay within the material confines; they won't get out. So we see as Kunti Devi and Yudhishthira Maharaj, they understanding this, surrender to the Lord, and they develop their transcendental position. Like that. So they're doing this, it's just the process. Even though they may be from that platform, they still absorb themselves like that. Because for them, if the secondary aspects of Leela aren't there to serve the Lord, then they'll just focus on the primary. For us, the secondary is there because of our need to be involved in them. But as we go with time, we don't need them so much, so we start to focus on the primary. Yeah. Okay, Grantaraj Srimad Bhagavatam ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Samaveta Bhaktivinoda ki, Jainatai Gaura Premanandi. Okay. Who deals with the verses? Who will keep track of this? Oh, there isn't a thing. Okay. Huh? You do. So we're up to 36. Means the next verse is 36. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Jashodanandano Braja Janaranjano Samunatira Vanachari
Jamunatira Vanachari Jayo Radha Madhava Jayo Kunja Bihari Jai Vishnupada Paramahansa Prabhupada Vyasa His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Raj Srila Prabhupada Ki, ISKCON Founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki, Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki, Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki, Prem Segaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Dvaita Gadadhar Srivas Adi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Ki, Shri Shri Radha Krishna Go Gopagopinath Shramakunda Radha Tunigiri Govardhana Ki, Shri Vrindavan Dhama Ki, Shri Mayapur Dhama Ki, Ganga Mai Ki, Yamuna Mai Ki, Bhakti Devi Ki, Tulasi Devi Ki, Samaveta Bhaktivinoda Ki, Jainatai Gaura Premanand. All glories to Samadhavati. All glories to Samadhavati. All glories to Samadhavati. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Yada Mukundo Bhagavan Imam Mahim Jahau Sva Tanva Shravaniya Sat Kata Tadahar Eva Pratibuddha Chetasam Abhadra Hetur Kalir Anvavartata Yadamakundo Bhagavan Imam Mahim Jahau Swajan Vashravani Yasat Kata Tadahar Eva Pratibuddha Chetasam Abhadra Hetu Kalir Anvavartata Yadamakundo Bhagavan Imam Mahim Jahau Svatatva Shravani Yasat Kata Tadaha Eva Pratibuddha Chetasam Abhadra Hetu Kalir Anvavartata
Jaha eva pratibuddha chetasam
Yada, when Mukunda, Lord Krishna, Bhagavan, the personality of Godhead, Imam, this, Mahim, earth, Jahao, left, Svatanva, with his same body, Shravani Satkata, hearing about him is worthwhile. Tada, at that time. Aha eva, from the very day. Aprati buddha chetasam, of those whose minds are not sufficiently developed. Abhadrahetu, cause of all ill fortune. Kali anvavartata, Kali fully manifested. Translation. When the personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna, left this earthly planet in his self-same form, from that very day, Kali, who had already partially appeared, became fully manifest, to create inauspicious conditions for those who are endowed with a poor fund of knowledge. Purport. The influence of Kali can be enforced only upon those who are not fully developed in Krishna consciousness. One can neutralize the effects of Kali by keeping oneself fully under the supreme care of the personality of Godhead. The age of Kali ensued just after the battle of Kurukshetra, but it could not exert its influence because of the presence of the Lord. The Lord, however, left this earthly planet in his own transcendental body, and as soon as he left, the symptoms of Kali Yuga were envisioned by Maharaj Yudhishthira prior to Arjuna's arrival from Dwarka began to manifest, and Maharaj Yudhishthira rightly conjectured on the departure of the Lord from the earth. As we have already explained, the Lord left our sight just as when the sun sets, it is out of our sight. So the Lord, when he's present, then you won't get these symptoms of Kali. You get a little bit, you get, but not much. It's just because it affects those who are not God conscious. But when he's present, then the tendency is people are God conscious, and his presence just makes everything auspicious. So Yudhishthira Maharaj could understand that when Krishna had, when all these inauspicious symptoms came up, then that can only mean Krishna's left. Because otherwise, why would these things happen? Because in Dwapara Yuga, it wouldn't be that inauspicious. And in Krishna's presence, even in Kali Yuga, it wouldn't be this inauspicious. But as soon as Krishna left, then we could see then these things come up. So, Krishna being beyond, if we absorb ourselves in thinking of him, in service to him, then we also go beyond these modes of nature. We're unaffected by them. So to that degree we're Krishna conscious, to that degree we become unaffected by by the influence of Kali Yuga. So that's the Lord being transcendental. If we're transcendental, by being absorbed in Him, then we're unaffected. Does that make sense? Yeah. So, and here also Prabhupada is pointing out that Krishna left is mentioned in his own self-same form. So it's not like us, we leave the body and then the soul goes, but he just goes. So it's not that he just disappears from our sight just as the sun sets. It's not that the sun, you have this smoldering little pile on the horizon and the sun's gone, right? It's just the sun as it is just goes. We can't see it, but in another place we can see it, right? So then Krishna, he just moves from this universe to another universe. Does that mean manifest? He's everything's there in his uppercut pastimes. He's always present. But for us, we get that benefit when we remember the Lord. And that being absorbed, then we have that connection. Then we're on the transcendental platform. Yes? Yes? Question? No question? Okay. Text 37. Maharaj Yudhishthira was intelligent enough to understand the influence of the age of Kali, characterized by increasing avarice, falsehood, cheating, and violence throughout the capital, state, home, and among individuals. So he wisely prepared himself to leave home, and he dressed accordingly. Purport. The present age is influenced by the specific qualities of Kali. Since the days of the battle of Kurukshetra about 5,000 years ago, the influence of the age of Kali began manifesting. And from authentic scriptures, it is learned that the age of Kali is still to run on for 427,000 years. Right? Because it's 432,000, so 5,000 have gone by. Right? So, quite a while. The symptoms of the Kali Yuga are as mentioned above, namely avarice, falsehood, diplomacy, cheating, nepotism, violence, and all such things are already in vogue, and no one can imagine what is going to happen gradually with further influence of the increase of the influence of Kali till the day of annihilation. So all these bad qualities come up, and for us, we've mentioned these things here. Avarice, falsehood, diplomacy, cheating, nepotism, violence, and all such things. It's just a common thing. It's a normal thing. Yes. So here's probably being because it's used in the negative. So diplomacy means people aren't straightforward. It doesn't mean the diplomacy of following the etiquette and speaking appropriately for the occasion. Because that's etiquette. So that's already going on. So this would mean that people are saying one thing and meaning another and all that. Like that. But all these things then come up, and we see these are just standard things. Means if you read the newspaper, that's all you're going to read about. These things, So, and anything different than that, that's very rare. It's inspiring. There's something here and there. Well, the previous age, then you didn't have these. They'd be very rare, some individuals might have, but it's not the prominence. So when Yudhishthira Maharaj saw that these are coming up and becoming prominent, then he understands this is Kali Yuga. So then it's time to go. Right? So then he starts to make arrangements. And then he says, this is going on here, and he says it's in vogue, but so you can't even imagine where it's going to go. Just when you think that this is crazy, it gets more crazy. Just like that. We have already come to know that the influence of the age of Kali is meant for godless so-called civilized man. Those who are under the protection of the Lord have nothing to fear from this horrible age. Maharaj Yudhishthira was a great devotee of the Lord, and there was no necessity of his being afraid of the age of Kali. But he preferred to retire from active household life and prepare himself to go back home, back to Godhead. The Pandavas are eternal companions of the Lord, and therefore they are more interested in the company of the Lord than anything else. Beside that, being an ideal king, Maharaj Yudhishthira wanted to retire just to set an example for others. As soon as there's some young fellow to look after the household affairs, one should at once retire from family life to uplift oneself to spiritual realization. One should not rot in the dark well of household life till one is dragged out by the will of Yamaraj. Modern politicians should take a lesson from Maharaj Yudhishthira about voluntary retirement from active life and should make room for the younger generation. Also, retired old gentlemen should take lessons from him and leave home for spiritual realization before forcibly dragged away to meet death. So is that the Kali just makes it more obvious of what's happening and how things are going. So then this aspect of you're trying to benefit yourself. The idea is that when one's younger, then there's the aspect of engaging the senses, and in a variety of ways, and trying to become Krishna conscious. So then, by the example of Yudhishthira Maharaj, you know that there's just a certain time when one should move on, one should start cultivating what's beyond that, right? Because just being engaged, focusing specifically on the senses and those arrangements, then can't be the major consciousness. One is that there's times when one's seen that one's not satisfied from that. It's one's had so many facilities, but it's not that one is necessarily improving in the happiness one's gaining, like that. And two, as you get older, it gets harder to enjoy these things anyway, like that. So it becomes limited. So it's like, but at the same time is that at this point in time, focus and all that is very good. And then, how do you say? Yeah, and so you can use that to focus on the Lord. Like sometimes it means, let us say, someone gets focused on something. Let's say someone gets absorbed in something about Krishna, they're talking about Krishna, and gets absorbed in that, and they kind of forget what's going on around. Then everyone thinks that's something very nice, right? But now let's take the alternative, someone who is not Krishna conscious. And, a conversation is going, and in the conversation something comes up, and they start to fixate on that and get into that. And everyone goes, where is the guy? Where is the guy? Because he's not there. He's absorbed in, when they were raising the flag on Iwo Jima, in 44, and all these kind of things, and everybody else is. So do you want more or not? You understand? So then there's a disconnect. So the point is that because the mind can focus so much on these things, using that to focus on Krishna then is glorious. Because then the problem in the material is we'll focus on things, but we lose its application. Because the moment is there, you can apply it now, but it just moves on. Does that make sense? So it's just not the best time. So he's pointing out that the modern politicians and the elderly gentlemen should take advantage of this and move on, because who wants to do all these things anyway? Saying the young man has the effort and he has that drive. And the older person may have the experience and maturity, but he doesn't have the drive. It's kind of like you've done all that work, you want to kind of sit back and just relax. So that's the idea, is when one's younger, one does all that, and then at older age, then one sits back and just focuses more on the spiritual. The basic maintenance, these kind of things you do, but you don't try to, you're not taking on huge things that they can't accomplish, right? You work according to what you can do now. Does that make sense? So then the idea is that when one's older, the children are grown up, this and that, so there's not so much to do. So then you start to shift so that the focus is more on the Krishna consciousness. Right? Question on this? Yes. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I guess, yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, it means is that this sense of justice is there, it's inherent in the living entity, but we have to know how to apply it, right? So the thing is right means it's connected to Krishna, wrong means it's not, right? That's the application we'd be using here. So, but the point is the living entities are individual, right? And they're here in the material world and they're engaged in their activities, according to their own interest. Right? And it's not necessarily about Krishna. So when you bump into someone who has that kind of attitude, means the right and the wrong aspect of it means what should be done and what shouldn't. That's very obvious there. But the point is that living entity is at a point in their development, they're not ready for that. So they either won't be interested or they might even give you trouble. But don't worry, they're not just giving you trouble, they give everybody trouble. People that harass, they harass everybody, so it's not just you. It's not that he's this fabulous guy and he just picked you out. You know what I'm saying? So the point is it's just you don't apply yourself there. You try. You mean if you think that there's a possibility, you try, and if it's nice, the exchange is nice, you continue, and if not, then you excuse yourself, and that's it. You don't have to worry because that living entity is that in a particular stage of development is between them and the super soul. You come and try to help, but they're not willing. It's just not the time. Does that make sense? Yeah, so then why get worried about it? Because it's not, your Krishna consciousness is not based on whether they're Krishna conscious or not. Yeah, and then, but the point is why does that have to be a disturbance? I'm saying, why does it have to be a disturbance? No, but the thing is if you're thinking about how to deal in the different situations in the preaching, why thinking of the different situations is taking your mind away. You're absorbed in the preaching. So it's like they said like this, possibly could say like that or this, but it's not a matter of, there's no need for an anxiety. That's just if that situation comes up again, you'll try that. And if it works, great. And if it doesn't, then, we'll see. Point is you apply yourself in the present. So you can learn from the past and just see. Okay, maybe we should have said this or dealt like this and that. But there's also the aspect that they are an individual. You have to also remember it's not because you said the line, that's why it's happened, they become Krishna conscious. Right? In other words, it's you being there as a conduit for Krishna consciousness, and it's there, then they can take it. So it's just a matter of seeing what would be the better way to deliver Krishna consciousness. But you're still an instrument. You're not the one that makes it happen. So that's why I'm saying you don't have to get an anxiety. You just contemplate how you can be a better servant. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, let's say, cooking. You cook a preparation, and there's so many ways you could do. You could put this in it, that in it, or some other techniques, and make so much variety and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like you cook, and then afterwards you think, oh, it needs more salt. So then next time you try putting more salt. You know what I'm saying? And then when it gets too much salt, okay, bring it back. And so just if you're regularly cooking, you kind of know where it works. Does that make sense? And this vegetable uses more salt, like potatoes, or these use more, but things like squash and these, they use less. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a matter of the particular thing, and just you learn with time, what technique, but it's not because of the technique it's happening, because you're trying to take part as an instrument in the Krishna consciousness. Therefore, then Krishna being pleased, it works. And you try your best to do the best because the results for Krishna. So it's not about justice. It's not about you are in control or you're not in control. It's about, this is preaching. It's just you're going out and trying to bring people in contact with Krishna consciousness. So the idea of, let's say, if you have things like quotas or different things like this, that's just to inspire you to be active. Otherwise, the point is you'll do your best in whatever it is. What does it matter? Right? Because you can't do more than what you can do. But at the same time as you can always try to do your best and improve, and by Krishna's grace, then so many things happen. Right? You know, it's just like we'll take a few books in the bag. That means there were, you know, in the past, some book distribution, you know, or we'll take a bunch of little books. But they'll just take big books, a stack of them, and just walk out, and then, you know, within a very short time, they've distributed them all. Just they can do hundreds in a day. It's just the way they are. But for Krishna, it's that you're trying your best. That's what he's looking for. Okay, text 38. Thereafter, in the capital of Hastinapur, he enthroned his grandson, who was trained and equally qualified, as the emperor and master of all land bordered by the seas. Purport. The total land on the earth bordered by the seas was under subjugation of the king of Hastinapur. That means all the continents. So when it says the 7 seas and the 7 continents, it means that. It's not just saying that, you know, like the pirate, you know, or the old salt, you know, what's it, salty sea dog, you know, so it's 7 seas, and, you know, like that. We're not talking like that. It actually means. The only difference is that Antarctica isn't a continent in the Vedic. That's, you know, I say that's penguin loka, you know, it's not one of the continents. And so, in that way, Oceania is the 7th. Like that. So all the, you know, all those islands in between Australia and Asia, like that. That's all Oceania. So that's the 7th continent. Okay, so all that is there. So it's all under his rule. So the Vedic culture would extend the whole planet. That's why you see so many commonalities everywhere. Maharaj Yudhishthira trained his grandson, Maharaj Parikshit, who was equally qualified in state administration in terms of the king's obligation to the citizens. Right? So the idea is that the king's business to protect the citizens. That's his obligation. And their obligation is to follow the rules as he establishes so that they can cooperate and live together. Thus, Parikshit was enthroned on the seat of Maharaj Yudhishthira prior to his departure back to Godhead. Right, so here you see the king is training the next administrator. Right? And then what's going on, not that he's making trouble for the next administrator. Right? You know, it's just like you see, you know, very often, like say, a country's come and extended their influence, and then somehow or another now that country is going to be instated in an independent position. And so much of the time you'll see as they pull back, they do so in a way that will completely destroy everything for that country so that they can't get it together. Right? So that's the opposite of the Vedic system, is where the present administration, they try to train and see that everything's nice, so when the next administration comes up, there's no disturbance for the citizens, because they're looking at it, we're not in control, so then, but the king's supposed to look at it about the citizens. It's not about, you know, the kings may harass each other, but it shouldn't affect the citizens. And that's the whole idea. Thus, Parikshit was enthroned on the seat of Maharaj Yudhishthira prior to his departure back to Godhead. Concerning Maharaj Parikshit, the specific word used, Vinayinam, is significant. Why was the king of Hastinapur, at least till the time of Maharaj Parikshit, accepted as the emperor of the world? The only reason is that the people of the world were happy because of the good administration of the emperor. The happiness of the citizens was due to ample production of natural produce, such as grains, fruit, milk, herbs, valuable stones, minerals, and everything that the people needed. And so that's the whole thing. You produce those things, they'll be satisfied because they have the things they require. It's not about the economy itself that you try and keep that up, because the point is Like now you have economy going nicely, people are making money, but people don't have natural facilities. Does that make sense? So that's lacking. So you can say is, yes, you have a economy, but the point is the citizens don't have the facilities. So it's a very different kind of approach. Because if you have facilities and you don't have much money, what does it matter? If you have all the things you need, then you don't have to have money. You understand? Because we have money to buy the things we need. But the problem is the money you have, you can't buy the things you need because the things you need aren't available. And if they are available, somebody's keeping them, in stock, so they'll be more rare, so it costs more money. So it mentioned here, jewels. It was just part of the thing. People wear valuable stones. It looks nice. It's good for you, the astrological. So it's just part of what people had. So even just simple people, they had, all these stones and all these other things. Does that make sense? Now it's made as a very, kind of more rare kind of thing. But before, no, they wore so much. They were even free from all bodily miseries, anxieties of mind, and disturbances caused by natural phenomena and other living beings. So they didn't have these difficulties of so much disease and other kind of things like this. The weather being disturbed and other things like that. It was just natural. You have, like now you could probably talk to some people, or one may have talked to people before, and they'll talk about how the weather in Australia was like this. It'd be stable, it was the thing, you're in this area, it's always like this, you go to that area, it's always like that, and now it just gets mixed up, you don't know. One day it's hot, one day it's cold, this and that. So these things weren't there before. Because everyone was happy in all respects, there was no resentment, although there were sometimes battles between the state kings for political reasons and supremacy. But the people were fine, and the kings, even if they battle amongst themselves, the battle had nothing to do with the citizens. It would be amongst the Kshatriyas and the military, because the military meant it was a chosen occupation. So they like to fight, and so they fight. That's why they have the battle out in the fields. Like even after World War I, it was out in the fields. It wasn't in the cities. So in World War II, then they started in the cities. Because otherwise, before, as you go, you have the battle outside, and once the battle's finished, and then everybody goes back to normal, and your city's in perfect shape. Right? But then somehow in World War II, then they bombed the cities and everything, so after the war, you can't go back to a normal lifestyle. Even if it's okay, we've established this guy's in charge instead of that guy. It should be now life just continues on as normal. But here, it's not. So that's the point we were making before, is that all this avarice and other things, it's all this destructive violence and this. I think it was something happened, I can't remember, I saw some pictures. Something happened, I think, when the Warsaw Ghetto and that. And so then I think the German army, they just leveled it completely. There wasn't a building standing, nothing. If there was half a wall, they'd go in and knock it down. It means after they bombed it, they'd go in and by hand go and put dynamite and blow things up. And because that ghetto was Jewish, they blew up everything. You can see pictures. It's absolutely leveled. Looks like something out of, how you say, I can't even remember the name. And so, but everything except this one church. The church is perfectly fine, not a scratch on it. Not that they cared about churches, but they just wanted the Jews to go. I mean, absolutely level, like that. And so it was a very common thing, is that, they come in, you should surrender, and then they don't surrender, they fight, which is a natural Kshatriya thing. But instead of afterwards, we won, so okay, we won, we're the better, like that. Because you didn't surrender, now we're going to destroy everything. So there's this violence, this envy, it's just not nice. The point is, so because here it's about their authority, it's not about the citizens. That's the whole point, is that the administration's left the principle, it's about the citizens. That's what administration's about, protecting the citizens. Now it's just about who's in charge. Yeah, that's there. But the Vedic thing is citizen means if it's a living entity, it's a citizen. So that includes the plants. Like I think it was once Srila Prabhupada was walking around in Mayapur, and he went in the walk, he noticed there were some banana trees, the leaves were going yellow. And then he turned to the administrator, the managers there, and said, "Why is this tree yellow? Why isn't it getting water?" And it's kind of like, "Oh, well, that's that department." He says, "No, you're you're in charge of all the living entities in Mayapur. You're supposed to see that they're all taken care of. So that includes the banana trees, because otherwise it's just, who can deal." So that's the difference. It's all living entities. You deal properly with them. It's just like, let's say the dog is not supposed to come into your house. He's just a street dog, but that doesn't mean you harass him. It's just that you just, let it be known that, don't hang out here or something. So that you're just proper with them. Like I remember seeing once, it was very far out. We were in Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada showed this to somebody, I think, and then I think it was Sri Kirti or someone showed us. We were in the room in Vrindavan, and then there were flies in the room. Right? And so then you're trying to get rid of the flies, harassing flies, and they're harassing you, and so then he turned off the lights, closed the curtains, because it was daytime, and so it was dark. And then when it's dark, then he opened the door just a crack, so the light can be seen. It's not, like that, just that little bit. And if you stood close to the door, you'd see all the flies flying out. They don't like to be in dark. They just fly out. So that, so probably so that's how you get rid of flies. Well, we'll get, this, that, swat them, spray them, this, whole trip. It's just, no, they don't like dark. You make it dark, close the curtains, everything, and then they'll just fly out. Then you close the door, and then there's no flying. So that's the Vedic thing. It's just you don't bother the living entities. They're just, it's a fly. It does fly stuff, so you can fly stuff outside, Yes. Yeah. Well, if you consider like that, then it's natural it's handed down. So you know how dogs act, you know how this and that. Like we've had, I think it was in Vrindavan, then the neighbor, he was just exactly opposite the guest house gate there. It went out, and right across the street was another gate. Big property there somewhere there. So somehow or another he had this monster dog. And it was one of those dogs that just barks. That's all it does. It's not that, anything's wrong. It's just, he just barks. And all day, all night, just bark. Just one time. And then the devotees were sitting, and the manager mentioned, what can we do? How to stop this dog from barking all the time? Because, you couldn't sit and read. You couldn't have this because it just barks. And it was really loud. It was a big dog. And so then one of the devotees said, "Okay, I'll take care of it." And then he got up and left. And then you hear this, bark, and then nothing. And then, and after, I don't know, like an hour, then the devotee comes back. It's kind of like, and the dog says, "What happened? What did you do?" He chants some mantra, he's a dog whisperer. No, he went, got the Jeep, got a very large, like a potato sack, and got a roll of chapatis. And he drove the car up, the driver's there, the car's running, because the guy is really attached to his dog, so he's always watching what's happening like this. And so then they drove a little past the gate, to go up to that point. Then held out the chapatis, dog came over, stuffed the dog in the sack, put it in the van, they're gone. All in, like 3 seconds, and driving off. And the devotee said that after, like 10 seconds, the guy came out looking where's the dog, but they were already gone. And they took him to, like, the other side of Vrindavan, he kept him within Vrindavan, he's a Vrindavan dog, and then let him out over there, and then came back. So, you know the nature of dog. If you hold out something to eat, he's coming. Right? Yeah. And and also if you stick a dog in a sack, they don't bark. They're freaked out. What's going on? So then, it's just the point is there's a way of dealing. And so you know all these things, you know how to deal with the horse. And this, I remember, I think Burijan Prabhu was talking about, he was reading this thing on horses, and the horses, there's always in the herd, there's a head horse. But I think it's generally a female horse. And there's ways in which they deal with, if somebody, like especially the young horses, they always like to, be too frisky and that. And how they stand and stuff. The horse is looking at you, but the main horse stands sideways. Then they know there's something wrong. If they face, then they can come. But if they go sideways, then they know, getting beside them. And so then he used to have this thing, he'd go and he'd stand, and that, he'd go over to like a pen, the corral, and then he'd stand one way, the horse would come, but if he'd turn, the horse would stop. And then he'd turn, and then it would come, because he was showing that, you just know. So it's just before people knew animals, knew humans, knew the psychology of everything, how the earth worked, how this, even the weather. You can tell, like if there's going to be good rains in the rainy season by how the clouds are in the fall. You can see the clouds and you can tell, you can already know 6 months before. So different things. It's just all these things were known before, and then people just weren't very comfortable. And so that's why these problems of, this self-centered and what's it, avarice, falsehood, diplomacy, cheating, nepotism, violence, then you can't know these things. You're so absorbed in yourself and fighting amongst each other. They don't know these cultures, and so then these things don't go on. There's just a superior culture that everything's going nicely. And it is as good as it gets, so then people can look at it and go, it's nice, but ultimately it's not satisfying to the soul. So that's why then they'll naturally, as soon as then the next generation is ready, as soon as there is some young fellow to look after the household affairs, one should at once retire from family life to uplift oneself to spiritual realization. So immediately, so that would happen in the government, that would happen in the family, it happened in, whatever it is, that's how it would work. Is that you've done so it's not. But if there's not that understanding, then when one thinks that, no, just a little bit more, the guy can't even move, he's in a wheelchair, but he's still thinking, and if we just get that, other, 100 million, then we'll be good, or, then that one more deal, and then everything's okay, but, this is already about the 100th, one more deal, since, like that. So that's the difficulty, is that there's nothing to compare it to. Because there's always the thing is that, no, it would be better. So we have to learn from hearing, and in our situation, because we'll say, if I get this, I'll be happy. But then you see, you're not happy. It's okay. It's just like you get a new car. It means that might be really nice for a couple of days, but basically, if it's okay and it works and it is kind of the facility you expect, then that's good. That's as good. But that you're going to be in ecstasy every day and all that, that's not real. What I'm saying? That makes sense. Like that. Yeah. But, yeah, and then sometimes the battles between the kings for political reasons, that was generally due to some king wasn't taking care of his citizens, so another king would step in to correct it. It means they first start with the diplomatic kind of things, and if it's going to work, then nice, but if not, means their point is that they're going to take over, so it's either they'll do it through the diplomatic or they'll do it through fighting. But the idea was to protect the citizens. It wasn't to get that next kingdom's facilities away from them for yours, for economic reasons. Does that make sense? It was something to create a balance, and so that all the citizens. So you wouldn't take something, if they had way more than what they needed and what your king didn't have, then you would work it out that they would have this and you would have this, and both kingdoms will work. But the idea you take everything away, you say, in other words, Pizarro was not the ideal of, administrators for considering these things. Pizarro, he was the Spanish conquistador who conquered the Incas and took away all their gold. back to Spain, after killing off, I think, Montezuma and, all these kind of things. And, how you say, not taking a bath for however many months it was. And so when they landed there, then like half the people died of whatever it was, the disease they were carrying. Yeah, so these kind of things, yeah. Yeah, I was reading an article. It's funny because there's always the thing is, yes, the Europeans conquered the Americans because of their superior technology and weaponry and all this and that. But one historian said, well, actually, what conquered them was, things like a common cold or a flu or that. It means there was 100 million people living in the Americas, and then it just wiped out so many that they couldn't fight. A few there are fighting, but his point was that the guy with the gun, he has limits to what he can do with it. The guys with the bows and arrows, they have more. Because when they did have places where they first came, the first ones landing, they didn't get anywhere. Because it was just so much, you have 100 people with bows and arrows and you're, 30 guys with guns. Is that, there's no, it's like they say, you have the machine gun can shoot many, many things, but then with the arrows, they just shoot, 100 people shoot 100 arrows at once, and they're landing on 30 people. They only have to shoot one volley, and that's it. So that kind of thing. So it wasn't that, but it was then immediately after that, then the diseases just wiped everyone out, and then using the guns and that. So that was that's the fun part. Yes. Don't take a bath. How did you win the war? We did not take a bath. Yeah, we took one for the team. Yeah. So that's the difficulty, is that there was not this concept of, there's a nation already there, and then how can we, work together? You're so wealthy, it's the stuff we can trade, or we can do, just some kind of thing like that. It's not, you just come in, wipe them out, take everything, and go back home. And then, so that's the difficulty. It's not about the citizens. That's the whole point. So, no, that's the problem. So that's also a difficulty until you see all living entities, because that's even the problem with those who are more sensitive, is that, they're into philanthropy or altruism or these kind of things. They're only seeing it for a particular group of living entities. So they don't actually care about all living entities. So all these different things that, people are worried about restriction, but they're restricting themselves by only this group. And that's all they care. No one else really care about. It means you have a limit on who you can deal with, of course, but the ideology doesn't include everybody. Even it does, there's somebody very philanthropic, all mankind. But what about all the animals? What about all the plants? So it can't be that, all the humans and then you kill the animals. Or, so it has that aspect. Is the Vedic is that all living entities are part and parcel of the Lord. So that's what you're seeing. And because of that, then you're going to deal properly with everyone. So you're going to see to everybody's needs. Like that. So then yeah. So nowadays it'll be done because of a particular thing. So they'll make, let's say, a national reserve, to protect the species of life and, the flora and fauna and this and that. But it's because of they're conservationists. But they may not care about people or, about the, about dogs or, something like that. They don't care about that. But the point is, the Vedic is, no, it's because you care about all the living entities, then, they have to have their place also. So the people, if they only require certain things, all the natural things like that in plenty, then they don't require artificial things that create a disturbance in the environment. Is that yes. Okay. No, but I'm saying, what's your context here? Yeah, no, that we have that. No, that we have that. But I'm saying, what's the doubt? But how is it okay? That means the Kshatriyas can go down to the local, what's the local shop here, and pick up some stuff and take it home, and no, I'm just saying. So the present, how it goes on, is that what it's talking about? The present way people are engaged in meat eating, is that what Prabhupada's talking about here with the Kshatriyas? Yeah, just because we hear the word meat eating, does that mean now it's all encompassing? You know what I'm saying? Okay. So, therefore, they're going out to the forest and hunting. Right? So that means that restricts it, that it would have to come down to hunting. Right? You can't have a slaughterhouse. You'd have to go out and shoot it yourself. Right? And shooting yourself means you're shooting with something that is an aspect of your skill against their skill. Natural skill. So it's with a bow and arrow. You know what I'm saying? So you have to be within a certain distance, a certain this and that. So it's not necessarily the aspect of the gun. Right? Because gun, any idiot can, especially a shotgun. Then the other thing is it's not any animal. It has to be spirit and specific animals only. Does that make sense? Yeah. And so those animals alone are the ones that can kill. So cows, pigs, chickens are not on the menu. Right? Is that what I'm saying? Yeah. So what they're going out is that they're only going in and when the forest has more animals that are dangerous because people live in the forest, right? So you have to consider the citizens in the forest, because if there's too many of, let's say, tigers and these other things like that, then they're going to start harassing the people and coming into the cities, right? So one, they have ample space, but then if there's too many, so then by the hunting they reduce the population. But they're not just going out and killing anything that moves. We're not talking about a German, hunting expedition here. If it moves, they shoot it. No, they only certain animals. Like that. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah, but you're not catching where we're going with this. Do you want an answer, or you just want to vent?
No, I was asked this question on preaching. I didn't have a good answer.
Okay, so then that's how you start. Someone asked me this on preaching. I didn't know what to say to him, and such and that, because otherwise then you're presenting your angle, right? So now, why only certain animals can be killed by the Kshatriya? It's only animals that can be offered in sacrifice. Having killed those animals have to be offered through whatever's the technical sacrifices that was offered in. Does that make sense? Then only that, after that, then the remnants of that they can eat. So it's not about eating animals. You understand? So the skins will be taken, those things will be used. So there are ones that there's a value for society, like the deer skins, and then they keep those, and then those are given to sages and Brahmins and people who use those things and like that. Porcupines, the quills are used for samskars and things like that. Does that make sense? And here's the fun part: you offer the animal in sacrifice, then there's no sin in eating the animal, right? But it doesn't mean there's not a reaction. Right? Sin means it's wrong. You're getting you're getting the reaction for not following the rule. Reaction means it's just a natural action of doing something. Just like you eat, then the reaction is you get tired, and then you want to take a nap, or you understand? There's a reaction. So the reaction is that the sin for the living entity that's between their position as an animal and human, right? In other words, they're animals because they themselves have done something wrong. So after having gone to, through whatever punishments are there in the hellish, they come up through certain species. They don't go through all the species. It means for a particular wrong, you have certain species you'll go through. So, 10 births is this, and 3 is this, and 5 is that, and there'll be, 3, 4, 5 animals that'll be between your punishment in hell and coming back as a human. So all that karma there, that goes to the person who eats the animal. You understand? Well, if it's not offered in sacrifice, it's an animal that's forbidden or it's not offered in sacrifice, then you get the sinful reaction. And for every hair on the animal's body, you have to take birth and be killed. Right? And so we're not talking about a hamster here. It means our head, there's around an average of 100,000 hairs. Right? So you can imagine if your whole body's covered with hairs, you're talking about millions. So the reactions are very great. So it's sin because they're acting according to the law of the scriptures. Right? So it's not wrong. But at the same time, it's within the realm of karma, and you'll be bound by karma. Though pious karma, but you're still bound by karma. Does that make sense? And so then that animal has an opportunity then for killing you. That's the meaning of mangsa. Meat. Mangsa means mam saha. Mam, I kill you. Saha, you kill me. That's the meaning of mamsa. So someone who's intelligent, they avoid that. They're avoiders of the karma. They're dealing with that according to Shastra. They'll move in a pious circle and all these different things, but they'll be bound. Well, an intelligent person knows, I don't get involved in that. Right? And not getting involved in that, then it's said that if you do 100 ashramedas, sacrifices in your lifetime, because it takes basically a year to do a ashrameda yajna. So doing 100 those in your lifetime, which it takes to get to Indra's planet, you get the same benefit by being vegetarian for that 100 years. That's manu. So it's just... So it's not that it's wrong. It's just that if you're smart, why would you do it? Does that make sense? Yeah. It's just like, you can go dance in the mosh pit, but, why would you? You don't like your teeth, or what's you know what I'm saying? So that's the whole point. Then you have in Kali Yuga, then all these kind of animal sacrifices and that aren't authorized, so it's not used. So there's no comparison between the Kshatriyas following the rules of the scriptures in that context of meat eating and the modern society and their slaughterhouses and all the animals you're not supposed to eat. That's the ones that they're eating. It means especially cows are never killed and eaten, right? Then you have pigs. You just don't eat them. They only eat, they eat stuff you don't want to. You are what you eat. So what does that make a pig? Right? Right? And chickens are the same. They eat anything. Right? It means they'll eat each other. It means that they're cool. They'll eat anything. So they just pick around, and they're kind of like they're pigs with wings. So, but they're there in the Vedic culture because the roosters, then in the morning, they'll always, when they crow, that's the beginning of the Brahma Muhurta. And then they'll crow then, and there'll be a gap, then the next one, and then like that. I think they do like 3 times. So they have that. So they're part of, you see, Krishna, they wake up in the morning with the roosters. So they're part of the scene. You just don't eat them. You know what I'm saying? The swineherds, they have pigs. You don't eat them. Swineherds eat them, but they're swineherds. You know, does that make sense? Yeah, but that if you're interested in self-realization, you don't get involved in any of this. So, yeah, so that's the whole point. This is how it works. Okay. Yeah, good job. Grantaraj Srimad Bhagavatam ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Samaveta Bhaktivinda ki, Jainatai Gaur Premanandi.
Hare Krishna. Please kindly forgive the delay. We were stuck in the traffic for quite some time. Lots of cars there. So we left on time, but Gopinath had a plan to keep the kirtan going so that I don't irritate him with the discussion. So really apologize for the delay in the start. That is the first. The second is I really want to, I don't know where Venu Vadak Prabhu is, but I really want to offer my gratitude to him. Today was his session. Every Saturday Prabhuji does his service. But very lovingly he engaged me in the service of Srimad Bhagavatam this morning. Very grateful to him. Very grateful to the management for having me back here at the lotus feet of Radha Gopinath. Please forgive me if I make any mistakes. And last but not the least, I've been following the last 2-3 classes of devotees, very wonderful classes. I did follow yesterday's class also so that I know where the discussion is going. The discussion, very wonderful. I don't know who writes the verse and the translation on the board. Is the devotee here? I don't know who writes it on the board. You write this? I don't know who the Prabhuji is, but if the Prabhuji is watching this broadcast, I just want to say this is just fabulous writing. Yesterday, I don't know the name of the devotee who gave class. Rasamrit Gaur Prabhu, yeah, yesterday. So I was watching that video and my attention went to this board. Never paid attention previously, but I asked Venu Vadak Prabhu, this is just fabulous. The way it's written with so much love. This is service. Some places we just scribble 5 minutes before the class so that everyone can read, but this is so beautiful. Writing the words, writing the translation, giving so much attention to details. It's very wonderful. So thank you, Prabhu, whoever is doing it. It's just amazing. Thank you. So we'll continue our discussion, Canto 1, Chapter 15, Text 9. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. So this verse, like the previous one, is in a meter called Vasanta Tilaka. This is the same meter as the Brahma Samhita verses. There are 14 syllables on each line. And so we'll chant it the way we chant the verses of Brahma Samhita. Yatte jasa nrupa shirongri mahan makhartham, Yatte jasa nrupa shirongri mahan makhartham, Aryo nujastava gaja yuta sattva viryaha, Aryo nujastava gaja yuta sattva viryaha, Tena rita pramatanath makhaya bhupa, Tena rita pramatanath makhaya bhupa, Yanmochitastadanayan balimadvarete, Yanmochitastadanayan balimadvarete. I'll chant it one more time. Yatte jasa nrupa shirongri mahan makhartham, Aryo nujastava gaja yuta sattva viryaha, Tena rita pramatanath makhaya bhupa, Yanmochitastadanayan balimadvarete. Vaishnavas, please kindly chant. Vaishnavis, please. So verses like this can be chanted in other melodies too. As Srila Prabhupada mentions in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Raghunath Bhatta Goswami chanted verses of Bhagavatam in 6 melodies. So there are many ways in which we can chant such verses. So what we chanted is one among them. We will present 2 more so that devotees, in your personal study, we can always have that as an option for other parallel verses of the Bhagavatam. We can have another melody. Yattejasa nripashironggrimahanmakhartham Aryo nujastava gajayuta sattva viryaha Tenarita pramathanatha makhaya bhupa Yanmochitastadanayan balimatvarete. So this was the second, one last. Yattejasan ripashironggrimahan makhartham Aryo nujastava gajayuta sattva viryaha Tenarita pramathanatha makhaya bhupa Yanmochitastadanayan balimadvarete. So in this way, we can relish the process of connecting with the verses of the Shastra. Where there is shloka, there is no shoka. There is no lamentation. Let's take the word to word, the translation, and then the purport by Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki Yat, whose, Tejasa, by influence, Nripa Shiraha Anghrim, one whose feet are adored by the heads of kings, Ahan, killed, Makha Artham, for sacrifice, Aryaha, respectable, Anujaha, younger brother, Tava, your, Gaja Ayutha, 10,000 elephants, Sattva Viryaha, powerful existence, Tena, by him, Aritaha, collected, Pramathanatha, the Lord of the ghosts, Mahabhairava, Makhaya, for sacrifice, Bhupaha, kings, Yat, Mochitaha, by whom they were released, tat, anayan, all of them brought. Balim, taxes. Advare, presented. Te, your. This is the translation now. Please kindly repeat. Your respectable younger brother, who possesses the strength of 10,000 elephants, killed by his grace, Jarasandha, whose feet were worshipped by many kings. These kings had been brought for sacrifice in Jarasandha's Mahabhairava Yajna, but they were thus released. Later they paid tribute to your majesty. Purport. This is a longer one, and it describes the story of Jarasandha and Bhima killing Jarasandha. So what we will do is we will read the first paragraph of the purport, and the second paragraph will dive straight into the discussion. Purport. Jarasandha was a very powerful king of Magadha, and the history of his birth and activities is also very interesting. His father, King Brihatratha, was also a very prosperous and powerful king of Magadha, but he had no son, although he married 2 daughters of the king of Kashi. Being disappointed in not getting a son from either of the 2 queens, the king, along with his wives, left home to live in the forest for austerities. But in the forest, he was benedicted by one great rishi to have a son, and he gave him 1 mango to be eaten by the queens. The queens did so, and very soon later got pregnant. The king was very happy to see the queens bearing children, but when the ripe time approached, the queens delivered 1 child in 2 parts, 1 from each of the queens' wombs. The 2 parts were thrown in the forest, where a great she-demon, that is Jara, used to live, and she was glad to have some delicate flesh and blood from the newly born child. Out of curiosity, she joined the 2 parts, and the child became complete and regained life. The she-demon was called Jara. And being compassionate on the childless king, she went to the king and presented him with the nice child. The king was very pleased with the she-demon and wanted to reward her according to her desire. The she-demon expressed her desire, and the king be named after, the child be named after her. And thus the child was surnamed Jarasandha. So Sandha or Sandhi in Sanskrit means to join 2 parts. So when you take 2 portions of the Sanskrit word and you club them together into 1 word, it's called Sandhi, because they're joined together. So Jara is the name of the she-demon or demoness, and as she joined these 2 parts, Sandhi or Sandha, he was called Jarasandha. In fact, this Jarasandha was born as one of the parts and parcels of the demon Viprachitti. The saint by whose benedictions the queens bore the child was called Chandra Kaushika, who foretold of the child before his father Brihatratha. Now in the second purport, Prabhupada gets into the story of Jarasandha, which I thought we will discuss in this discussion. And then that paragraph makes sense. Hare Krishna. So another wonderful morning with Srimad Bhagavatam. Nimnaganam yatha Ganga devanam achyuto yatha Vaishnavanam yatha Shambhu Purananam idam tatha. Just like among the rivers, Ganga is the topmost. Among all worshipable personalities, Sri Krishna, Achyuta, the infallible one, is topmost. Among all the devotees of the Lord, Lord Shiva is topmost. Among all the ocean of the Vedic literature that Vyasadeva has blessed us with, this ever-increasing high tide of Srimad Bhagavatam is the topmost. Anyone who tastes this Srimad Bhagavatam will not have taste in any other literature. Sarva Vedanta Saram hi Shri Bhagavatam ishyate tad rasamrita trittasya na anyatrasyatratihi kvachit. The Srimad Bhagavatam is indeed. Sarva Veda Anta Saram Hi. Sarva means everything. Veda means knowledge. Anta means conclusion. Saram means essence. And He means indeed. So this is indeed the essence of all the conclusion of all that has to be known. That is Srimad Bhagavatam. And tad rasa amrita triptasya. And if someone is satisfied with the nectar of Srimad Bhagavatam, na anyatra syatratihi kochit. He wouldn't go to any literature. He wouldn't get into material magazines, newspapers and other things. And even in the spiritual front, he will not be excited by other Puranas, Upanishads and Vedas and Vedantas and so on and so forth. Because those streams of Vedic literature did not satisfy even Vyasadeva. What to speak of the readers of the work of Vyasadeva. So therefore it is very, it's fortune on our side that Srila Prabhupada gave us the fast track to the essence of all Vedic literature. Imagine if Prabhupada wouldn't have presented the Srimad Bhagavatam and we had to do our own study to get to the essence. We would have started reading the Puranas, the Garuda Purana, the Padma Purana, the Vishnu Purana, the Brahmanda Purana, and everything may have different stories of presentation. But where is the essence? Where is the reconciling conclusion? We have only about 50, 60 years in this human form. Where is the essence? Where is the cut to the chase process? So that is Srimad Bhagavatam. So therefore Srila Prabhupada very lovingly, very affectionately presented Srimad Bhagavatam to the world. Out of so many gifts that Srila Prabhupada has given us, Srimad Bhagavatam is a very prominent gift. Srila Prabhupada gifted Krishna in many ways. You see, the greatest charity we can do is give Krishna to someone. We can give food to someone, but after digesting that food, they're again going to get hungry the next time. We can give them clothes, we can give them education, we can give them shelter, we can give so many things. But the best charity to give is to give Krishna to someone. Because by which that person becomes eternally happy. Material things may not satisfy him for long. But by being Krishna conscious, he opens up the doorway to eternal happiness. So Prabhupada did give the best charity, that is, gave Krishna in charity. But not one Krishna. Prabhupada gave Krishna in so many ways to the world. He gave Krishna in the form of Sri Vrindavan Dham. You see, now in Vrindavan, how many people go during Kartik Mass? It's over-flooded. And more than 50% are we, ISKCON devotees. If you go and talk to the shopkeepers and the Brajbasis, they will say 50, 60 years ago, even in the month of Kartik, Vrindavan was not so overcrowded. But now, why is Vrindavan exploding? Because Srila Prabhupada opened up Vrindavan to the world. He left Vrindavan to give Vrindavan. And Vrindavan is none different from Krishna. So that's one gift. Another gift. Now we see ISKCON has very lovingly accepted the property of Vrindakund in Vrindavan. That was being maintained by a personality called Madhav Baba, Vrindakund. And he maintained the place. That is the head office of Vrinda Devi or Tulsi Maharani, who is the director of the Braj Planning Commission. She's the director of all the pastimes of Radha and Krishna in Vrindavan. And that head office called Vrindakund was under Madhav Baba. He was being anxious. Now very soon I'm going to leave my body. Who's going to take care of this place? And he saw that how much Srila Prabhupada has spread the glories of Vrinda Devi, Tulsi Maharani. Who would have imagined otherwise that early morning in Sydney, people would be walking around doing parikrama of Tulsi plants? It's unheard of. It's really unheard of. Forget about Sydney, even Mumbai and Delhi they wouldn't. Maybe in Vrindavan. But even Delhi and Mumbai they wouldn't. Now here we see even in Karachi, Pakistan, or let's say in Iran, in closed doors there is kirtan and worship of Tulsi. So who spread the glories of Tulsi? It is Prabhupada. So Madhav Baba came to our Dinabandhu Prabhu in Vrindavan and said, I want to offer this to ISKCON because your founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada has gifted Krishna in the form of Tulsi. And therefore Vrindakund should be the property of ISKCON. So ISKCON has very lovingly taken care of that. And so that's another gift that Prabhupada gave. Third gift, Prabhupada gave the opportunity to everyone in Kali Yuga to hear and chant the holy names of Krishna. Otherwise we would be stuck in Vedic mantras, sacrifices, going to a temple, a Hindu temple, buying a new car and doing car puja. Just going on a Saturday, going on a birthday, going on a marriage anniversary and getting some tikka and some donation and some arati and bribing the pujari, still licking the bottle of honey from outside, so to speak. But Prabhupada gave us the process, the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, which is not just a mantra, which is the Maha Mantra, the great mantra of deliverance for everyone, beyond caste, creed, religion, and any qualification or disqualification. And how many jivas who are going into the mouth of Maya are now imagining and planning of going back home, back to Godhead in one lifetime? What do we even know about what back home, back to Godhead is? But Srila Prabhupada walked from there and pulled that realm of reality in the plane of our experience. Now it's become part of our dictionary, our vocabulary. Back home, back to Godhead, liberation, surrender. You would have never imagined all these things. So Prabhupada gifted the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. Srila Prabhupada gifted the deities. See, Radha Gopi Nath is maintaining the devotees in the community. Who else is maintaining otherwise? So beautiful they are looking today, with this very beautiful outfit of blue and yellow. Very wonderful. Jiva Goswami says a beautiful thing. Please kindly repeat. Neelambaradharo Radha Pitambaradharo Hari Jivane Nidhane Nityam Radha Krishna Gatir Mama. Srila Jiva Goswami in the Yugalashtakam, he says, Neelambaradharo Radha. Who is Radharani? She wears a blue dress. And Pitambaradharo Hari. And who is Hari? He wears a yellow dress. How do we realize that? By looking at Gopinath today. Radha Gopinath are in blue and yellow outfit. I saw the deities and I said, this is Jiva Goswami's description. And how is it here? Because Prabhupada comes from Jiva Goswami's temple, Radha Damodar. So this is Radha Damodar. This is Vrindavan. This is Jiva Goswami's gift. Jivane Nidhane Nityam Radha Krishna Gatir Mama. This Radha Gopinath. The cutest, smallest Radha Gopinath. They are maintaining everyone. We with tall egos are being maintained by the short deities. You see? So Prabhupada gifted the Vigraha. Fifth out of so many is Srimad Bhagavatam. So every morning when we pick up the Srimad Bhagavatam, we must pause. Remember Srila Prabhupada. That if not for Srila Prabhupada, I wouldn't be reading this text today. And at the same time, one must glorify Srimad Bhagavatam. Thank you, Srimad Bhagavatam, for walking into my life. I am not qualified to get into your pages, but you, out of mercy, have walked into my pages to give me the message of Srimad Bhagavatam. So that's the introduction for the class. Now, as far as the class is concerned, what is the context of this verse? It's very important. Shri Krishna has left the planet, and we see the Pandavas, especially Arjuna, sobbing, lamenting and weeping in this section. And every verse that has been spoken from the last few verses to the next few verses, the context is Arjuna is speaking his heart out. He's saying that Krishna, and then glorifies Krishna. He said, he has left us. That Krishna, and then he speaks another glorification. Who did this? Because of whom the battlefield of Kurukshetra, because of whom, he makes the whole glorification, and then he says, we have lost him. He has left, and I'm burning in this separation. I don't know what to do. So this is one of those verses where Arjuna is pouring out his heart in separation from Krishna. Srila Prabhupada says that this mood of separation is what brings in growth in spiritual life. One Mataji came to Srila Prabhupada and said, Srila Prabhupada, I can see dreams of Krishna. Krishna is calling me, and sometimes he shows me his feet and shows me his ankle bells and says, you must offer one on the other foot also. I have only in one foot. Please give me for the other foot also, and concoctions like that. And Prabhupada would tell her, don't worry, chant Hare Krishna, it will all go away. One lady would come to Prabhupada and said, Prabhupada, every time I chant Hare Krishna, I can see a red light. Prabhupada said, continue chanting, it will go away. So Prabhupada never encouraged this mood that I have got Krishna, or I can see Krishna, or look, in my dream I saw Krishna, or I can see Krishna, I am feeling something for Krishna. Prabhupada never encouraged that prematurely. Because Prabhupada's mood was, if anyone has it, they wouldn't say it. You see? The matured ones, the exalted ones, they keep it like camphor in their heart. They don't let it sublime. They keep it like naphthalene balls, so to speak. You see naphthalene balls that you keep it in the closet? When you keep it in the closet, it's very fragrant. You put it outside, there's sublimation. So one's inner realizations are supposed to be kept like that. Only in confidential groups, not in the public. You put it, sublimation. So those who are deep, they never reveal their heart like that. And those who are very shallow, they walk around getting some praise. Prabhupada said our mood is that of Narottam Das Thakur. Pashane kotivo matha anale pashiva gauranga gunera nidhi kotha gele pavo. Narottam Das Thakur says, oh, I will enter into fire and break my head, smash it with a rock in separation from Gauranga. Where is my Gauranga? He has left me. Srinivas Acharya conveys the same mood. He Radhe Vrajadevi ke chalalite, he Nanda Suna Kutaha. Where is Radharani? Where is Lalita Sakhi? Where is Krishna? Shri Govardhana Kalpa Padapatale Kalindi Vahane Kutaha. Oh, where is that Yamuna on the banks? Where is that Govardhan? Where are the Kalpabriksha trees? Where is Rupa? Where is Sanatana? So this is our mood of Vipralambha. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu got this mood. And we see that same mood here. Arjuna is crying and weeping in separation from Krishna, teaching us how devotees must be. It's very interesting. Before the Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna starts speaking his heart out. Oh, this is my grandfather, this is my teacher, I can't kill them. At that time, Krishna speaks the Gita to pacify. Don't cry. You shouldn't cry. The wise lament neither for the living nor for the dead, and so on and so forth. But the same Arjuna, when he weeps on losing Abhimanyu, Krishna standing next to Arjuna weeping. At that time, he doesn't weep saying that I taught him so much Gita. Still he's weeping, thinking this, let me weep. He's not weeping in that mood. He was crying previously. I pacified and spoke the Gita. He's still crying. Seeing this, I feel like crying. He's not crying like that. He's crying thinking how much Arjuna loves a devotee who has appeared as a son. Very wonderful. When somebody is attached just to their son and is crying in separation, that is material attachment. But when that son is a devotee and one feels separation of the presence of that Vaishnava, there is vacuum in life. What am I going to do in the separation of such a wonderful devotee? Oh, that is very wonderful feeling. Very wonderful. So if one's wife and one's husband and one's children and one's parents, siblings are Krishna conscious and they leave us and we cry in separation thinking that they have served Krishna so nicely. That is spiritual feeling. That's not material feeling, because now you're separated from a devotee. So when Arjuna is separated from Abhimanyu and he's crying, he was such a great devotee, Krishna also weeps, because this is spiritual separation from a Vaishnava. Similarly, now here a Vaishnava is separated from Krishna and he's weeping. Arjuna is crying. And very specifically, in this verse that we have been assigned today, he is invoking Krishna's glory with respect to Bhima and Jarasandha. Arjuna is making this point that Bhima, who with the power of 10,000 elephant, whose arms are as powerful as 10,000 mighty elephants, and he ripped Jarasandha into pieces. And he got the glory. Bhima got the glory for killing Jarasandha. Arjuna says, but that Krishna who inspired him to tear Jarasandha the way Bhima did, that Krishna we have lost. So he's speaking in that mood in this verse. So, and because Prabhupada also in the purport takes off on that descriptive path of describing Jarasandha and Bhima, we will follow Prabhupada's path, and for the next 30 minutes or so we will get into this story and see what exactly this is. Prabhupada, we see, has two kinds of purports. One kind of purport is the prescriptive purport, and the second kind of purport is the descriptive purport. In the prescriptive
purport, Prabhupada gives instructions as a prescription for the readers of the Bhagavatam. That, this is the lesson. A devotee must never associate, so and so forth. They are like punching thunderbolts that we can individually grasp in our lives. Every line is gold. And in the descriptive portion, Prabhupada goes on into pages explaining stories, explaining the historical narration. So in this purport we see that Prabhupada has taken on the path of the description. And therefore, following that mood, we will also describe this story as to how Bhima, Krishna and Jarasandha are tying that story together, and then come back to what Arjuna is speaking about. So if that's okay, this is the line of thought. Shri Krishna as Dwarkadish, not as our Vrindavan Krishna, but as Dwarkadish, as the king of Dwarka. He would have a parijata tree. In fact, so many parijata trees in the garden. And it's described by Srila Prabhupada in the Krishna book that early in the morning, we will see that the parijata flowers have filled their aroma in the environment. And with the smell, the intoxicating fragrance of these parijata flowers, the bees wake up early in the morning because the bees are looking for the essence. So when early in the morning at about 4 o'clock, the parijata trees are moving with the breeze and the flowers are emanating aroma and fragrance, the buzzing bees wake up. And as they wake up, they start buzzing. And with their buzzing, what happens? Oh, the birds wake up. And when the birds wake up, they start their singing. And when they start their singing, the roosters wake up. And when the roosters wake up and do the cuckoo early in the morning, that's how Krishna wakes up. Srila Prabhupada explains this in the Krishna book. Prabhupada explains the parijata flowers in Krishna's Dwarka gives the fragrance which intoxicates the bumblebees. The bumblebees start buzzing, which wakes up the birds. The birds start chirping, which wakes up the roosters. And the roosters wake up and wake Krishna up. Prabhupada calls in the Krishna book, this is the natural way to wake up. Prabhupada, is explaining that nowadays we are using alarm clocks. But it's just third class. It's just nonsense. It's just perverted reflection. But the true natural way, the sattvic way to wake up, this is like tamasic. It's on gunpoint, wake up, Or sometimes you have to put messages and alarm sounds and things which are really threatening, I had one ringtone, or I don't know, alarm tone? What do you call it? Alarm tone? Yeah. One alarm tone, which was literally threatening. Sleeping, and then the thing would really, it was a portion of a Vaishnav's class, where he was very heavy about how valuable the human form is. And that class, the morning would start like that. Like I would be sleeping, and then, it would just start off from that intensity of class. As soon as it's 4 o'clock or 4:15, it will start saying, "You rascal, you're sleeping in the bed. It's the human form. It's Brahma Muhurta time. You've got this human form after 8.4 million species and you're still sleeping. How dare you waste this?" And I'm like, oh my God. It so happened, it worked, no doubt. But after that point, whenever I would see that devotee face to face, whose class portion this was, I would think, Prabhuji, you can't imagine because of you how many hours I've lost. But then, whatever. So I tell myself, this is like a very rajasic or tamasic way to wake up. It's like, you have to wake up, look, if you don't wake up, you're losing. But Krishna, in Dwaraka, everything is in sync with Mother Nature. The aroma is waking up the bees are waking up the birds are waking up the rooster is waking Krishna up. But guess what? As Krishna wakes up from his bed, the queens of Dwaraka are hating it. They're literally cursing. Not cursing, but they Jai Shri Radha Gopinath.
Hare 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 Rama.
The queens are literally getting annoyed with the buzzing sound and the chirping sound. Why? Because it's Brahma Muhurta and they're hating Brahma Muhurta. Why?
Krishna Krishna
So nothing against Brahma Muhurta. That time which brings us close to Krishna is auspicious time. And that time which takes us away from Krishna is inauspicious time. So that same auspicious time for the bees and the birds, which got them to Krishna to wake them up for service, that was to be inauspicious time for the queens because it would take them away from Krishna. You see, when Krishna appeared in this world, astrologically speaking, the time was inauspicious. But Shukdev Goswami says, Kalaha Parama Shobha, that the time when Krishna appeared was most auspicious. Why? That time which connects Krishna to his parents, eternal devotees, that is auspicious. But everything else secondary. Everything secondary. So here the queens are being separated from Krishna, and that is inauspicious time for them. But that is auspicious for the birds because they are doing seva for Krishna to wake him up. Then Prabhupada explains that Krishna would wake up from his bed and he would wash his face, hands and legs, and he would sit on an asana, and he would sit and meditate on himself. And Prabhupada explains the Mayavadis take this out of context to say that we are God and therefore we all should meditate on ourselves. But Krishna is teaching, Yadyat acharati sreshta tattad evetam sayat pramanam kurute lokastad anuvartate. Whatever is done by great souls, common men follow. So Krishna is showing all of us how when we wake up, the first thing we should do is to meditate. So this is a very beautiful point. If somebody wants to write down, this is a beautiful thing. First thing that we should do as soon as we wake up, to clean the cobwebs of bad dreams, to clean the cobwebs of conditioning. You see, sleep is almost considered like death because the person doesn't move for many hours. And as soon as he closes his eyes, you see, his eyes get dirty, his mouth starts stinking, body starts stinking, so it's almost like death. He doesn't speak for 6 hours, he can't see anything, so therefore one must cleanse oneself. But however, by bathing in water, the body becomes clean but doesn't get purified. So Shastra describes that even during Nandotsava, when they were bathing Krishna, they were bathing with water, no doubt, to clean Krishna's body. But to purify his body, they were chanting. So it's very important that mantras must be chanted as soon as we wake up. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Krishna Krishna.
I know some brahmacharis, what they do is they have a shloka book next to their bed. And any new shloka that you read from Prabhupada's books, next morning as soon as you wake up, you can chant it 3 times. So that sound vibration, just be off the, as soon as you get off the bed, chant it 3-4 times. Because that vibration purifies. So Krishna would do that and immediately he would sit to meditate. So we must spend some time meditating. Krishna, chant the holy name. Krishna, please. Let today's day be another step closer to you. Let me perform service with proper intention. After that, it's described Krishna would bathe in sanctified water. He would wear fresh clothes, wear ornaments, chant Gayatri. He would chant early in the morning.
No, she's going last time. You can continue
So that's
singing.
another lesson. For those who have
and then Kaveri
Gayatri Diksha, Brahmin Diksha, they should chant the Gayatris at the right sandhyas. All 3 Gayatris, 3 times a day. Therefore the Guruvashtakam says, Dhyayam stuvam tasya yashaha 3 sandhyas. Dhyayam stuvam tasya yashaha 3 sandhyas. 3 sandhyas means 3 times during the day. From the change of night to morning, that's Brahma Muhurta. And then from morning to afternoon, noontime, and from afternoon to evening, that is sunset. These 3 Sandhyas one must chant one's Gayatri. So Krishna did it himself. After he chanted his Gayatri, it's described Krishna would perform fire yajnas. Being from a Kshatriya family, he would perform fire yajnas. And then he would give 13,000, I believe, Krishna book describes, 13,000 cows in charity to each Brahmana. Innumerable such Brahmanas. And the Krishna book describes each cow would have a golden cloth on the back, gold-plated horns, and gold-plated hooves. And each of these cows would have one calf, and the milk bag used to be full. And in this were 13,000 such cows to each brahmana. Like that, Krishna would give numerous brahmanas every morning in charity.
Okay, I'll bring it. Yes.
Dhana or wealth must be given in charity and not kept as stale in one's account. Knowledge, water and wealth must be flowing. If water is kept in one place, gets stale. Wealth kept in one place, gets stale. Knowledge kept in one place, gets stale. So therefore, water must keep moving. Wealth must keep moving in charity. And knowledge through the form of preaching must keep moving. So Krishna would give in charity. After that, he would pay respects to his forefathers, give respect and gifts to all the citizens. And then it's described, Krishna would be ready to perform his morning duties. 16,000 palaces, and in each palace, Krishna in a different form, expansion, would perform his duties. So therefore, Narada Muni, when he went to Dwaraka, he was completely confused. What is happening? Every palace, Krishna is doing something different. So after all this, Krishna's chariot driver, Daruka, would come outside the palace, and he would wait. And Krishna from each palace would come out to each Daruka, his chariot driver. And at the same time, Krishna's queens and well-wishers would come till the door, and they would bid goodbye with tears. Krishna, we don't want you to go. This is from the palace to the Sudharma assembly hall, where Krishna, as the king, he takes over responsibility. So the queens and other well-wishers would say, we really don't want you to go. Can you come quickly today? And Prabhupada explains that this is Vedic culture. When someone comes to our house, when we are bidding them farewell or goodwill, at that time we must have, heartfelt gratitude that they gave their time to us. Not like in America. In America, it's like a person comes to your house and then they cannot say, now it's time for you to leave. They cannot say that. So they'll put it in a very polished way. They'll say, it's 4 o'clock. I think you may want to leave. You may want to carry on with your duties. You may want to, instead of saying you should, they'll say, that's a very wonderful way to say, please get out, because I have to also get going to my duties. And finish. Time over. Go. But Prabhupada explains Vedic culture means whoever knocks our door, even without prior notification, Athithi Devo Bhava, and we serve them so nicely. And while they go, we have tears. Thank you so much for coming, and we wish you come again, and we wish we meet you again. Like that. So all the queens are bidding Krishna, goodbye like that, in that mood. Now Prabhupada explains, after all these Krishnas enter the Sudharma assembly hall, all the 16,000 Krishnas combine into one. And he takes over the high seat, and the ministers all stand up as Krishna comes. It's beautiful to know how our Lord takes over as the king every morning, right, in Dwaraka. He sits on a high throne, and then immediately early in the morning, for his pleasure, he has jokers coming to cut jokes to keep him happy, so that all the cases, all that he has to take care of for that day are with a very light mood. So the jokers come and cut jokes, the magicians come and show magic, the dancers are dancing, the singers sing for his pleasure, the brahmanas come and sing mantras, and after all of this, Krishna is ready. See the guests who come and who want to meet him. So on one such day, one messenger came to Krishna at the Sudharma assembly hall, and he spoke about this. He said, in the kingdom of Magadha, the king by the name Jarasandha, at whose feet different kings have offered their head, he has captured thousands and thousands.
Okay. We are going to learn one bhajan today.
And he's going to sacrifice them. Ramathanath.
Yeah? Okay. Okay, I will sing one line.
Makha means sacrifice. And Pramathanath is Jarasandha.
Tune is difficult. Okay.
He has collected Bhupa, all the
follow,
kings,
and we'll
just to
read
sacrifice
the
them
as well later, okay?
in a Mahabhairava or a Kala Bhairava yajna. So all those kings who are caught, they have been caught by Jarasandha, they have been smothered in a room. They have sent this messenger to Krishna one fine day to the Sudharma assembly hall.
गाओ.
The messenger comes in and says, Krishna, if possible, please rush to the kingdom of Magadha and release these thousands and thousands of kings who have been captured and made captives by Jarasandha. Please help them. This is what this messenger has to give you. Next on the list is Narada Muni.
Abhaya charanara vindare.
Radhika Ramana Name. He's singing the names of Radha Ramana. He's entering. And Krishna says, hey Devarishi Narada, what is your news for me? Narada Muni says, oh, I have come from Hastinapur. Krishna is immediately asking Narada Muni, so how are my Pandavas doing? Are they okay? So Narada Muni says, actually I just wanted to talk about them to you. Yudhishthira Maharaj is just about to perform a Rajasuya Yajna, and he has sent me with this message to invite you for that Yajna. So Krishna, it would be nice if you can go for the Rajasuya Yajna to Hastinapur and bless Yudhishthira Maharaj. So now Krishna's perplexed. Should I go with the message of the messenger one and go to Magadha and release all these kings who have been kept as captives for this yajna by Jarasandha?
All the lines?
Or should I go to Yudhishthira Maharaj
Sita
for the Rajasuya yajna and bless him? Because he's going to become Vishwa Samrat, he's going to become the king. And he has to defeat all other kings, so I need to go there and give my presence. So when he's confused, where does Krishna go? He goes to Uddhava. Please kindly repeat. Vrishninam pravaro mantri
jagire.
Krishnasya daita sakha sakshat brahaspati shishyo Uddhavo buddhi sattamaha. Canto 10, chapter 46, text 1, 2, 3. So Krishna is speaking to Uddhava. But the interesting thing is, Uddhava's qualifications are given in the first text. Who is Uddhava? It's described Uddhava was very intelligent. He was the direct disciple of Brihaspati. Brihaspati never accepted human disciples. Never. To become his disciple, one must be a demigod. But Uddhava was the only human disciple of Brihaspati. So Krishna would go to Uddhava and ask him questions. Please reconcile and tell me which one of these things I should do. So Uddhava listened to this and he told Krishna, Krishna, I feel you should go to Hastinapur to bless Maharaj Yudhishthira at the Rajasuya Yajna. That's what you should do. But then he told Krishna, look, to go there and to bless him, Yudhishthira Maharaj has to first win over all the kings. Because who can perform a Rajasuya Yajna? Only a king who has conquered the 10 directions, so to speak, can perform the Rajasuya Yajna. No one else. So Yudhishthira Maharaj was about to send 4 of his brothers in 4 directions to defeat all the kings. Or if they are not ready to surrender, fight with them, surrender, take their money as tax so that their Rajasuya Yajna can be performed. So Uddhava is thinking, Krishna, you must go to Hastinapur for the Rajasuya Yajna. But for the Rajasuya Yajna to happen, Yudhishthira Maharaj must be announced as the king. And for him to be announced as the king, he should defeat everyone, including Jarasandha. Jarasandha is not going to surrender. So Krishna, I feel, you should go here first to Hastinapur, bless Yudhishthira Maharaj, and then go to destroy Jarasandha. So you should see what to do or how to take him, to kill him or whatever. So Krishna agrees to Uddhava. He agrees to Uddhava and he praises Uddhava that this is so wonderful. So the chariots are made ready. Krishna along with his queens and ministers and followers, they all go to Hastinapur and they get off the chariot. The Pandavas are ready to welcome them and there Krishna blesses for the Rajasuya Yajna performance. At that time, is that the 4 brothers are sent in 4 directions. And Krishna, along with Arjuna and Bhima, he goes to cheat Jarasandha. Because Uddhava, he gives this idea. Krishna asks Uddhava, how do I defeat Jarasandha? Look, I have already fought him so many times. Now what do I do? How to kill him? He says, look, Jarasandha, although he's a demon, he's a little pious also. He has gained his position because of blessings from Brahmana. Every day, certain time of the day, he gives in charity to the Brahmana. So you or Krishna, or Balaram, or Bhima are the only three persons whom I know who can kill Jarasandha. You, Balaram, or Bhima. So I think Balaram will stay out of this. Naturally. So what you should do is, you, along with Bhima, should go as Brahmanas. And you should beg in charity. And when Jarasandha asks, what do you want in charity? You should tell Bhima to ask him for the charity of a fight. And then when Jarasandha gives that charity, Bhima should kill Jarasandha. Then Jarasandha is defeated. Then you can go and bless Yudhishthira Maharaj and Rajasuya Yajna can be performed. So Uddhava is giving this twist. As planned, Krishna, Arjuna, and Bhima, they go as Brahmanas to Jarasandha. This is the time for charity. So Jarasandha is giving charity to the Brahmanas, and then after this he sees three Brahmanas here. Krishna, Arjuna and Bhima. And Bhima in no angle looks a Brahman. You know, he has like arrow marks and sword marks on his body, like well built. He doesn't look a Brahmana in any angle, so to speak.
Who knows next part?
So all three of them have marks of bow on the shoulder, and they have cuts on the body, bruises. What kind of Brahmana has bruises? Especially Bhimsen. Very powerful. So they go. And Jarasandha is looking at all three of them. He says, yes, Brahmanas, what do you want?
We can sing it today.
He said, we want charity.
गाना है छोटी छोटी गैया बहुत अच्छा भजन है.
What charity do you want? So Krishna asks, I want the charity of fighting with you. I want to fight.
With the guitar too.
So Jarasandha says, who are you?
Singing as well.
Krishna says, look, we are not Brahmanas.
You wanna follow?
But we are dressed up as Brahmanas. Jarasandha said, I know, I can see arrow marks and sword marks and fighting club marks on the body. You can't be Brahmanas.
So this is the story of Krishna.
Krishna says, yes, I'm Krishna.
And where is
this is Arjuna, this is Bhima. The absolute truth has to speak the truth. Absolutely.
Like little.
So he's saying, this is Krishna, this is Arjuna, this is Bhimsen. So please kindly fight us. To which Jarasandha says, Arjuna is younger than me in age, so therefore I can't fight him. He's younger than me, so I can't fight him. Krishna, I have had history with you. And for those who know, there's a historic past where Jarasandha attacks Krishna 17 times. Those who were there in the discussion 1 month ago, we spoke about this very briefly. Just to rewind and get you back to Jarasandha in Magadha. Rewind. When Krishna was in Mathura, he slammed Kamsa to death. But Kamsa's two wives, Asti and Prapti, became widows. They are the daughters of Jarasandha. So basically Jarasandha saw his daughters getting widowed because his son-in-law Kamsa was murdered by Krishna. So now Jarasandha thought, I must kill Krishna. And he attacked Krishna 17 times. And what happened? The Mahabharata describes, on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, there were 23 Akshohini soldiers. Akshohini is a unit. You know, just like you say hundreds, thousands, millions, and so on and so forth. Akshohini is a unit which Prabhupada uses in the Krishna book too. 23. The Kurukshetra battle had 18. But Jarasandha had 23 Akshohini. So he had more soldiers in his army than the whole battlefield of Kurukshetra. And he attacked 17 times, one after another. And the first battle was brutal. Only Krishna and Balaram to this side with a small army, and Jarasandha is attacking Mathura. And what's happening? Krishna is cracking the skulls of the opponent soldiers. So much so that it's described there were rivers of blood. On that, the skulls of Jarasandha's army were floating like torches. And the elephants from Jarasandha's army were floating on this river of blood like islands. The elephant bodies were floating like islands. And there were broken hands and broken legs and soul weapons, souls swimming in this blood river. Everyone was killed except Jarasandha. Balaram bound up Jarasandha. This is the first battle. And told Krishna, kill him. Krishna said, no, we should not kill him. He's a very envious person. If you kill him, you will not know where the other cockroaches are hiding. Let him go. He, because of his envy, will collect all those cockroaches and come and attack me. Again, I will kill the army and keep him alive. He will do the cleanup work. I have come to this world to destroy Vinashaya Dushkritam. Why should I go around searching for the cockroaches? Let him do the research work. I will do only the execution. So Jarasandha was kept alive. Jarasandha went back after the first battle thinking, I should never fight Krishna, It's done and dusted. But his family, Vinasha Kale Viparita Buddhi, they nudged him and said, you lost the battle maybe because of bad karma. Maybe now that's washed off. So you try again. He was a demon, a foolish demon, and his family was even more foolish to accept him and give him advice. And he accepted it. He attacked again. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 times. And every time Krishna killed the whole army and just bound up Jarasandha and said, go, clean up more cockroaches and get them to me. And he would do this work. But the 18th time when he attacked, he teamed up with Kalayavana or Kala Yavana. Now Kala Yavana is an interesting personality who had 330 million soldiers of his own. He attacked Mathura from one side. Jarasandha is attacking Mathura from the other side, the 18th time. And Krishna thought, now it's getting a little tough. Either side, there is attack. And there could be loss of life in Mathura. Mysteriously, he transferred the whole of Mathura to Dwarka, a city underwater. Then came back to Mathura.
Next one. What do you want to
Came back to Mathura, and in Mathura, the only two persons now in the city were Krishna and Balaram. And Krishna walked to Kala Yavana. Now here's the interesting portion of the story. Krishna walks to Kala Yavana, and Kala Yavana is looking at Krishna, ready to fight. And Krishna just walks past him. He just starts walking. Kala Yavana, like, what is this? I've got 500 million soldiers here, and he's just walking past Krishna. Krishna doesn't even pay attention, he's just walking. And Kala Yavana starts running behind Krishna, and Krishna's putting the time and space equation in such a way that Krishna's walking and Kala Yavana is running, and still he's just one hand distance, which is never reducing. And finally, now Krishna doesn't want to kill Kala Yavana with his hands or with his weapons, because Kala Yavana is a Yavana and Krishna doesn't want to touch him. So he just walks to a mountaintop.
But let him play.
As if he has to rest. He enters a cave. And he enters this cave, and Kala Yavana comes running into the cave. And he sees Muchukunda Maharaj sleeping there. And he mistakes Muchukunda Maharaj to be Krishna. Kala Yavana starts abusing and swearing. What kind of nonsense is this? I've got my soldiers and my army. You don't fight me, just walk past me, and you go to this mountain into a cave to sleep? It's not fighting, you have to sleep. It's such a big insult. You could have gone to sleep and fight me. Kala Yavana, with all his anger, he kicks the body. Muchukunda Maharaj opens his eyes and there's fire. The whole cave is set ablaze. And as it's fiery, the cave is burning. Kala Yavana is dead. Now the cave is lit up in radiance and effulgence. And it is Krishna with four arms. He's standing very beautifully, glancing at Muchukunda. Muchukunda Maharaj asks him, "Who are you, my Lord?" Krishna says, "I am the Lord of the Lords. I am the source of all sources. I am the origin of all origins. I am the creator of all creators. I am Krishna." And he asks Muchukunda, "What are you doing here sleeping?" And Muchukunda says, "Actually, I fought a battle for the demigod side against the demons, and my family got destroyed. And at the end, when the demigods won, They gave me a benediction and I said, I am too exhausted, I want to sleep. And anyone who wakes me up, I want to burn them with my fire of my eyes. So devotees, please don't have this benediction. Anyone who wakes me for Mangalarti, everywhere there's only fire then. Narsinga Arti before Mangalarti. But Muchakunda Maharaj tells Krishna, I have this benediction so that I can sleep for long. Krishna said, yeah, I had to wake you up. It's been a long time. You slept in Satyuga, now it's almost end of Dwapar Yuga. So I had to wake you up, at the same time kill Kala Yavana. So I thought, why not you guys just settle it amongst yourself? You know, he kick you, you kill him, then I wake you up, you know. It works wonders. So that Kala Yavana was killed. But then Krishna walked back to Mathura, and from this side Jarasandha was looking at him. Where did you walk? Now Krishna tries the same strategy again. He just walks past Jarasandha. But this is the 18th time. And Jarasandha is looking. He's just walking. And Jarasandha is like, what is going on? Are you going to turn back and attack? Krishna's just walking. It's just an insult. I don't care who you are. I'm just going. And he starts walking. The same thing happens again. Jarasandha is running and Krishna is walking. And Jarasandha is running and Krishna is walking. And the time-space equation is such that Jarasandha is only one hand distance from Krishna. Krishna looks back to Jarasandha and says, I am tired. I want to sleep. He gets on top of a mountain. And Jarasandha climbs the mountain and he can't see Krishna. So he tells his soldiers to set the mountain on fire. Kill Krishna and Balaram. And Krishna and Balaram from that mountain they jump. And Prabhupada describes that mountain was 88 miles tall. 88 miles long. And they jumped. And nothing happened. You see, this Krishna book nourishes the heart of the jiva. Because it is the nature of a human being to hear things which are superhuman. But when we don't taste it in the Krishna book, that's when we have put a man and an iron together, a man and a super together, a man and a spider together. And make Iron Man, Superman, Spider-Man, Batman. The Bhagavatam describes a man and a lion, not a singer. But that they don't want to agree. But then they will make fictitious movies combining man with a bat, man with a spider, and millions of dollars spent and earned, and books written. Nonsense.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Nishamya Bhagavan Margam Shamstam Yadu Kulasyacha
एक बार ट्राई करनी
Sva Pathaya Matim Chakre
Ramanarayanam Janaki Vallavam
Nishamya Bhagavan Margam
Damodaram
Samstam
Ramanarayanam
Yadukulasyacha
Janaki Vallavam
Swapataya Matim Chakre Nibrithatma Yudhishthiraha Nishamya Bhagavan Margam Samstam Yadukulasyacha Swapataya Matim Chakre Nibrithatma Yudhishthiraha
खिलाते नहीं
खाते नहीं कौन कहते हैं भगवान खाते नहीं
स्ट्रॉबेरी के जैसे जैसे खिलाते नहीं सुदाम के दामोदर सुदाम के कृष्ण दामोदर नारायण
राम नारायण
जानकी वल्लभम केशवम कृष्ण दामोदर
Nishamya, deliberating. Bhagavat, regarding the Lord. Varagam, the ways of his appearance and disappearance. Samstam, and Yadukulasya, of the dynasty of King Yadu. Cha, also, Sva, the abode of the Lord. Pataya, on the way of. Matim, desire. Chakre, gave attention. Nibrita Atma, lonely and alone. Yudhishthiraha, King Yudhishthira. Translation. Upon hearing of Lord Krishna's return to his abode, and upon understanding the end of the Yadu dynasty's earthly manifestation, Maharaj Yudhishthira decided to go back home, back to Purport. Maharaj Yudhishthira also turned his attention to the instructions of the Bhagavad Gita after hearing about the Lord's departure from the vision of earthly people. He began to deliberate on the Lord's way of appearance and departure. The mission of the Lord's appearance and disappearance in the mortal universe is completely dependent on his supreme will. He is not forced to appear or disappear by any superior energy, as living beings appear and disappear, being forced by the laws of nature. Whenever the Lord likes, he can appear himself from anywhere and everywhere without disturbing his appearance and disappearance in any other place. He is like the sun. The sun appears and disappears on his own accord in any place without disturbing his presence in other places. The sun appears in the morning in India without disappearing from the rest of the hemisphere. The sun is present everywhere, anywhere, all over the solar system. But it also appears that in a particular place, the sun appears in the morning and also disappears at some fixed time in the evening. The time limitation even of the sun is of no concern. And so what to speak of the Supreme Lord, who is the creator and controller of the sun? Therefore, in the Bhagavad Gita, it is stated that anyone who factually understands the transcendental appearance and disappearance of the Lord by his inconceivable energy becomes liberated from the laws of birth and death and is placed in the eternal spiritual sky where the Vaikuntha planets are. There, such liberated persons can eternally live without the pangs of birth and death, old age and disease. In the spiritual sky, the Lord and those who are eternally engaged in the transcendental love and service of the Lord are all eternally young because there is no old age and disease and there is no death. Because there is no death, there is no birth. It is concluded, therefore, that simply by understanding the Lord's appearance and disappearance in truth, one can attain the perfectional stage of eternal life. Therefore, Maharaj Yudhishthira also began to consider going back to Godhead. The Lord appears on the earth or any other mortal planet along with associates who live eternally. The members of the Yadu family who are engaged in supplementing the pastimes of the Lord are no other than his eternal associates. And so also Maharaj Yudhishthira and his brothers and mother separated. Since the appearance and disappearance of the Lord and his eternal associates are transcendental, one should not be bewildered by the external features of appearance and disappearance. So this absorption in the Lord we see is the most essential point. We have that with Arjuna, you see, he's the first, he's absorbing himself, and then now, Arjuna, Yudhishthira Maharaj is also absorbing himself. So, this position, then, that situates you on the transcendental platform. One's unaffected by the modes of nature. So all the difficulties that are there, because of our absorption or distraction by material energy, then all that goes away. So Yudhishthira Maharaj then here is then seeing that the Lord is gone and pastimes are finished, then he is absorbing himself in this way. So Srila Prabhupada is pointing out is here that Krishna, why this is, because why does the devotee go beyond the material nature? Because he goes beyond because Krishna is beyond. Krishna is unaffected by the modes of nature. He's unaffected by the material phenomena. He creates it, he maintains it, he destroys it, he's unaffected by it. We're small, so anything we work with, we get attached to. But Krishna is beyond that, so it's not a problem for him. So if one appreciates this position of the Lord, then that absorption of the Lord makes you transcendental. And then you come to that same position. While otherwise, then if one doesn't have that faith, then that means there's some faith in something, just something ordinary, something mundane. And so then the consciousness will stay in that kind of focus. And because of that, then one will be, continue on in existence here, because that's the concept we have of the Lord. Right? It's a standard thing, is that since everything is coming from Krishna, it's all organized by Krishna's, his potency. So it's not different. So then when we are dealing with the Lord's energies, then we're actually dealing with Krishna. But the point is that when we see this aspect of Krishna, and we don't see it on the transcendental platform, we just see it on the material platform, then Krishna reciprocates in that way, and it gives us a material result. Like Krishna said, the potency for economics, the work, it's a potency. It's not just because you have flat pieces of money, now suddenly everybody, is happy to exchange them. Right? And as time goes, it used to at least be paper, now it's plastic, right? But the point is there's a potency there. So that potency, we're respecting that potency, but we're not respecting that potency that it's a potency of Krishna. And so therefore Krishna is reciprocating simply on the platform of the monetary value. Right? So we stay within the material context. But when we see that Krishna is beyond that, we see that all these things, it's actually Krishna, it's his potency that's making it work. And so the focus is on Krishna, who is transcendental. Then we see is that we become transcendental. So in other words, our realization is in the context of our realization of the Lord. So as we surrender to the Lord and he reveals himself, then we'll also understand ourselves. Prabhupada gives the example of if it's dark, you can't see yourself in the mirror. And when the sun comes up, then you can see. So it's simultaneous. When you have the understanding of Krishna, means you'll have an understanding of yourself. Right? But since it's us having that realization, we call it self-realization. Because we're the one having it. Right? Just because your friend has it doesn't mean you have it. Right? Does that make sense? Yeah. He has the prasad, you don't. Doesn't mean that your stomach becomes full. So. Yes. So then he's pointing out is that the material world, it's a difficulty because it has that temporariness. Everything's temporary. The situations we're in are temporary. The activities are temporary. The results they give are temporary. The experiences are temporary. Then we change bodies. So it's just our position is also temporary. So, but in the spiritual world, you don't have it. Death, old age, and disease, they just don't exist there. Everyone's youthful. So because you don't have death, you don't need birth. Right? you're dead and then you burn the body. You don't die. So then that appreciation that Krishna and his associates are eternal, and because of that, then everything goes nicely there. While here it's not. So we see that difference, have that faith in Krishna, then we can transfer ourselves to that transcendental platform. So, any questions on this?
If you are not singing any other tune, sing Prabhupada tune nowadays. Like Jaya
Short. Do you have a system where everybody knows their verses ahead of time that they're giving class, or can we just go to the next verse and that won't mess things up? It just a matter is if you've already told everyone ahead. It's always funny that everybody had the verse, because he wasn't so confident about the class. He got the verse, prepared and read and studied and gone through all kinds of things what he's going to say and all that. So then he was feeling good. He sat down and looked at the board and it was not the verse he had studied. So then Text 33. Kunti, after overhearing Arjuna's telling of the end of the Yadu dynasty and disappearance of Lord Krishna, engaged in the devotional service of the transcendental personality of Godhead with full attention and thus gained release from the course of material existence. Purport. The setting of the sun does not mean the end of the sun. It means that the sun is out of their sight. Similarly, the end of the mission of the Lord on a particular planet in the universe only means that he is out of their sight. The end of the Yadu dynasty does not mean that it is abandoned. It disappears along with the Lord out of their sight. Because the Lord comes with his associates. So when they come, then it's manifest. And then when they're going to move on, then they all disappear. The eternal pastimes are going on. But as we know it, it's not there. Like we go to Vrindavan, then the pastimes are apricot. We can't see them. They're going on. But we don't see them. And then we see at regular times that Krishna will manifest the pastimes so they become apricot. We can see. So then everybody can see. If they're there, he comes in, you can see this and that. There's a demon. So, and then it goes for some time, and then it goes apricot. But then the pastimes themselves are eternally going on. It's just sometimes you can see them, and sometimes not. Does that make sense? Yeah. So that's the point, is that just because it's out of our sight doesn't mean it disappears. It's like the sun. It goes down and we say, oh, there's no sun. But, farther over, the sun's still there. And it's always moving around. Yudhishthira decided to prepare to go back to Godhead. And so also Kunti decided, and thus you can engage yourself in the transcendental devotional service to the Lord, which guarantees more than passport for going back to Godhead after quitting the present body. The beginning of devotional service to the Lord is the beginning of spiritualizing the present body, and thus a humble devotee of the Lord loses all material contact with the present body. The abode of the So when you take up the process, the body and all the content, everything starts to become spiritualized. So then with time is that then it comes to the point where one doesn't see from the material platform. One may be within the body, one's functioning, but the consciousness one is not viewing material energy. When it's just seeing this is all Krishna's energy, it's seeing everything in contact with Krishna. So they're always absorbed in devotional service. The abode of the Lord is not a myth, as is thought by the unbelievers or ignorant people. But one cannot reach there by any means like a Sputnik or space capsule. But one can certainly reach there after leaving this present body. And one must prepare himself to go back to Godhead by practicing devotional service. That guarantees a passport for going back to Godhead, and Kunti adopted it. So, the consciousness being connected to there. When one leaves the body here, then one doesn't have that connection. One just then deals in the spiritual body. So we see as Kunti Devi, then she, because you can't But the point is just like Prabhupada gives the example, the moon is a heavenly planet. So if they're saying it's just dust, that means either they haven't gotten to the moon or just they're not seeing it. They don't have the piety to see what's there. You know, they can say, no, I can see everything. It's like saying the ant walking around the moon can see everything. Right? So if they're superior to the entities, the ant can't appreciate it. Gets right up near it. But you can't figure out who you are and what you're wearing and what we're doing here. So that's just out of false ego that people think that, I know everything by my position. But we see the examples with so many living entities, and they can see certain things and other things they can't. They're just like animals. Then if you don't move, they can't see you. You know, that's just how Krishna arranged it. That's their protection. They look for movement. So it's not that they means if the animals stop moving, the lion can't see them. Yeah, but they can't see the movement. If you stop, it's just like you have pillars, you have a chair, they just become like that. So that's why you see like the cat will just sit there. They won't move. It'll sit there for a long time, just waiting for any movement. As soon as there's movement, then. So that's the point is we're always so proud that our position, we know everything, but we see is that it's arranged in something as simple as that. No movement, can't see it. You know, or just signs. So that's the point. So the humans have the consciousness to feel on the higher level. But then it's consciousness that has to be elevated. Consciousness not elevated, then you can't see the higher elements. That's just how it comes. So here, then Kunti, as Yudhishthira, he decided to absorb himself in Krishna and go back to life. And so Kunti Deva also made the same decision. And then focused.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Okay. Hare Krishna. You take it with me, okay? Yeah. So I'll keep it in here. Okay? Yeah. Krishna. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hey, can we come there? Okay, wait. Yeah, come. So Kaveri, me and Anika, okay? So this is like right in the middle right here. That's all you. No, it isn't. Come. Nama Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Nama. You guys have you can hold the mic. No, I'm in the middle. Chaitanya Prabhu. Everyone sing together. Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Prabhu, Prabhu, First put it on to Prabhupada.
Yeah, I know that. I'm thinking one of the kids can jump.
Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, राधा गोपीनाथ भगवान की, जगन्नाथ बलदेव सुभद्रा माई की, गौर निताई की, गौर प्रेमानंदे।
नमस्ते नरसिंहाय, नमस्ते नरसिंहाय, प्रह्लाद लाददायिने। हिरण्यकाशिपूर्वक्षः, काशीपूर्वक्षः, शीलाटङ्कानखालये। इतो नरसिंह परतो नरसिंह, नरसिंह परतो नरसिंह, यतो यतो यामि ततो नरसिंह। बहिर्नरसिंह हृदये नरसिंह, नरसिंहमदिं शरणं प्रपदे, सिंहमदिं शरणं प्रपदे। तव करकमलवरेणखम् अद्भुतशृङ्गां दलिता हिरण्यकशिपु तानुभृङ्गां केशवधृता नरहरिरूपा। जय जगदीश हरे, जय जगदीश हरे, जय जगदीश हरे।
अद्भुत शृंगार हिरण्यकशिपु तनुभृङ्गा केशवधृता नरहरिरूपा। जय जगदीश हरे, जय जगदीश हरे, जय जगदीश।
जय केशवधृता नरहरिरूपा, जय जगदीश हरे, जय जगदीश हरे, जय जगदीश हरे।
केशवधृता नरहरिरूपा, जय जगदीश हरे, जगदीश हरे, जय जगदीश हरे।
जय नरसिंहदेव, 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 जय नरसिंहदेव।
ओ नरसिंहदेव, जय हो नरसिंहदेव, जय हो नरसिंहदेव, जय हो नरसिंहदेव।
जय प्रह्लाद महाराज, जय प्रह्लाद महाराज, प्रह्लाद महाराज, जय प्रह्लाद महाराज।
प्रह्लाद महाराज, जय हो प्रह्लाद महाराज।
नित्य गौर हरि बोल, हरि बोल, हरि बोल, नित्य गौर हरि बोल,
हरि बोल, हरि बोल, नित्य गौर हरि बोल।
जय प्रभुपदा, जय प्रभुपदा, प्रभुपदा, जय प्रभुपदा,
प्रभुपदा, जय प्रभुपदा, जय प्रभुपदा, जय प्रभुपदा।
जय गुरुदेवा, 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 जय गुरुदेवा,
जय गुरुदेवा, जय गुरुदेवा, जय गुरुदेवा, जय गुरु।
हरे कृष्णा, कृष्णा कृष्णा, हरे हरे, हरे राम, राम राम, हरे हरे।
कृष्णा कृष्णा, हरे हरे, हरे राम, राम राम, हरे हरे।
जय जय श्री नरसिंहदेव भगवान की जय, श्री प्रह्लाद महाराज की जय, श्री प्रभुपाद की जय, श्री गुरुदेव की जय। All glorious assembled devotees, All glories to temple devotees. All glories to temple devotees. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Wait. Half time. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. We said that. Yashomati Nandana Prabhupada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana.
Give it to Krishna.
Gopi Paranadana Madana Manohara Kaliya Tamana Vidana. Amala Harinam Vilasha. Amala Harinam Vilasha. Vipina Purana Dana Navaneta Nagavara Bamsi Badana Sovasa. Prajajana Palana Asura Kula Nashana Nanda Gotana Rakuala. Prajajana Palana Asura Kula Nashana Nanda Gotana Rakuala. Govinda Madhava Navanita Taskara. Govinda Madhava Navanita Taskara. Govinda Madhava Navanita Taskara. Govinda Madhava Navanita Taskara. Sundarananda Gopala. Sundarananda Gopala. Yamuna Tatachara Gopi Pasanahara Rasa Rasika Kripa Moya. Yamuna Tatachara Gopi Pasanahara Rasa Rasika Kripa Moya. Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavana Natavara. 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 Bhakati Vidona Shaya. Bhakati Vidona Shaya. Yashomati Nandana Brajavara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana. Gopi Paranadana Madana Manohara Kaliya Damana Vidana. Amala Harinam Vilasha. Amala Harinam Vilasha. Amala Harinam Vilasha. Purana Dana Navinaga Bara Bara Bamsi Badana Sovasa. Prajajana Palana Asura Kula Nashana Nanda Gotana Rakuala. Govinda Madhava Navanita Taskara. Govinda Madhava Navanita Taskara. Sundarananda Gopala. Sundarananda Gopala. Yamuna Tatachara Gopi Pasanahara Rasa Rasika Kripa Moya. Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavana Natavara. Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavana Natavara. Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavana Natavara. Bhakati Vidona Shaya. Bhakati Vidona Shaya. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gopinatha, Gopinatha Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Gopinatha, Jaya Radha Gopinatha, Jaya Gopinatha Shri Radhe. Jayo Goranitai, Jayo Goranitai, Jayo Goranitai, Jayo Goranitai. Goranitai. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Hari Bol. Jayo Gurudeva, Jayo Gurudeva, Jayo Gurudeva, Jayo Gurudeva. Gurudeva, Jayo Gurudeva, Jayo Gurudeva, Jayo Gurudeva. Is it Korati? No, at 7 o'clock. Are we going to attend it? I'm going to sing now. Are we going to attend it? Yep. Jaya Radha Madhava, Jaya Kunja Bihari. Kunja Bihari, Jaya Gopi Madhava, Jaya Kunja Bihari. Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari, Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari, Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari, Radha Madhava Kuja Vihari, Radha Madhava Kuja Vihari, Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari, Jaya Kujaya Vallabha Girivaradhari, Jaya Radha Madhava Kuja Vihari, Jaya Radha Madhava Kuja Vihari. Vanachari, Vanachari, Radha Madhava Kuja Vihari, Jaya Radha Madhava